Backseat. Check the backseat.
All right, come here.
Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Welcome to the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha and everlevelconcrete.com. How are we doing?
I'm good.
Hello.
Good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, geez. The voice of John coming in.
What does that mean? Oh, geez, the voice of John?
No, I didn't have the screen up, so I didn't see him. So I just heard
see.
it, and it did feel as if like God was talking to me.
Oh.
I don't know about that.
1620 The Zone's dad.
Yes.
John
Also,
Bishop.
Nick, I am echoing in my earpiece.
Oh
Thank
no.
Well, maybe that's because
Nicholas.
that the setting is wrong. How's that, John? How's that?
you. Ah, that would make a difference.
Nick, I'm worried. Is everything okay, Nick?
I did not. Okay, that was not my problem.
Oh,
I don't
no.
know why that button was pressed. That
Always
button
good to
should
blame
never be
others.
pressed.
Yeah.
You should look at the board, though, right before we start.
I'll do that on top of the billion other things. The board should just be ready to go.
You have a billion other things to do before the show starts.
At least
Like
3 or
turn up
4
the
things.
headphones. That was the one
Can
step.
you
Yeah.
name 11? We go through the first 11 steps of setting up.
Okay, so I come in.
Okay. Oh, okay. So
Okay,
now-
that can't
now-
be one
now-
of the things.
Yeah.
That wasn't one of the things. I say hello.
No,
I say bros.
you're not. These are not assignments.
This is like the elementary version of building a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You're like going through each and
so
every
you
step.
ask your mom if you're allowed to have peanut butter.
I hit end on the Hyper stream.
Good.
I restart this computer because we have to do that now.
Oh, gross.
Yep.
Yeah, that does suck.
While this computer's restarting,
Mhm.
I go to this computer.
He opens up 1,000 files.
Right.
Not 1,000, but I open up files.
Okay.
Doesn't
What
take that
files?
long, but
Big file guy.
the audio files.
He
Yes.
opens up individual files, John, for every segment.
It's part of my process. It's part of my flow.
Yep.
I love it. It's
Hacking
great.
into the mainframe.
Yep.
Yep.
And then after this computer's restarted, I have to get into the StreamYard on here. I have to make sure everything's set up the right way. I have to make sure the
Why do you
volume
make
is up
sure
on the
everything is set up
headphones.
the right way there, but not on the board?
Because some would argue that the video, more people notice when the video doesn't quite work the right way.
Interesting.
This is AM radio.
It
Yeah,
is.
Nick, this is radio. This isn't StreamYard.
Yeah, imagine if you only use StreamYard. That'd be ridiculous. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, what's up with that? Can you imagine going digital
Oh
only?
my god,
in
that would
this
be the worst.
in this
It'd be nuts.
economy?
Yeah, seriously.
I like
Insanity.
radio. I like
love
the
radio.
I like
Yeah.
getting in the car and hearing the crackle of AM radio.
Seriously, imagine producing one of those shows too. It'd be crazy.
What would life
No
be?
one could do a career out based off of that. That'd be nuts.
And then having a second producer just to name the files.
all right.
Imagine.
All right.
Here we go with
So I've heard.
Yeah.
I was talking about ESPN radio. What were
Yes,
you guys,
of course
What were
you
you
guys
guys,
were.
what were you
no,
guys
that's
talking about?
obviously what
Did
it
you
was.
hear that the ESPN Bristol campus had the bear alert alarm go off?
No.
That was part of Odson's odd news today.
Oh, that's exciting.
And they
The
have
bear alert.
the bear alarm. That's a yellow flashing light on the buildings. And they just didn't have anything else, any other way to notify their employees that a bear was on the premises. No alert system, just the yellow alarm flashing on the campus.
Like a giant text message. How would we find out if there was a bear here? We'd probably get an email.
If there was a bear on campus here at NRG, that would be a bit spooky.
Well, we would know right away because the strange dude who usually hangs out, marching up and down the street between ours and Goldberg's would probably get devoured, and we'd hear the screams.
No,
and we'd
he
go,
has
"Oh,
that
there
string that he
is."
uses as a lasso. I think he'd protect us.
Well, but there'd be some kind of a scream or loud commotion caused by a fight, and then that would alert us.
It's always a good way to alert someone. John, how are the stitches? Are you feeling better?
Oh yeah, show us your arm, John.
I mean, it's under my cast, so
Take off your cast.
I thought the
John.
cast was taken
I'm
off.
not,
I thought that
John.
was the point of the
No.
stitches.
no.
Take off
no.
your cast and then
The
say, draw
cast
me
is
like one of your
the
French
cast is
girls.
to keep the wrist from turning so that the bones can heal inside.
Oh, that reminds me. I was supposed to ask you, John. This is coming from Connor Happer, host of the Connor Happer Show.
Oh,
He
right.
asked if you are familiar with the musical song "Mask Off" and wondered if you could do a rendition of "Cast Off" instead.
I
Who's
never
Ma-
heard of what's Mask
I
Off?
believe it's Future.
I don't-
Mask Off.
I don't know this song, Nick.
I don't know this song.
I don't know.
It
the
is.
song.
It is
Wow,
indeed by
Nick, if
Future.
Nick doesn't even know it, but Connor does, then I question if
Are
this
you
song
officially an
exists.
old now, Nick?
I just don't listen to Future.
This song came out in 2017.
Wow, that's
Well,
like
Mask
8
Off.
years old, Nick. You should have been in prime Future listening back then.
You've never been a part of the Future.
How are you supposed to listen to the future? It's future.
Nice.
It's in the future.
Nice.
Every
Dang.
second ahead of us is the future, but then it's the present.
Exactly. It's like a mind clock when you listen to the song.
Yes,
Mind clock.
Mind
By
clock.
the way,
let's
Austin.
not encourage silliness
Austin,
now.
guess what?
This
What?
is a serious segment.
Mind clock.
Oh yes, yes, absolute.
What's up with-
Fantastic graphic.
What's in your hand? Is that bread?
That is from my Europe trip.
Euro trip.
Euro trip.
Nice.
Yes, great film.
Great movie.
I went with Dr. Girlfriend last summer to Spain, and she was like, "Are you hungry?" I said, "Yes, I could eat a whole loaf of bread." She was like, "Why don't you buy one?"
And
So
then you did.
I ate a loaf of bread in the
Yeah,
streets
she's
of
like-
Sitges.
Stitches.
Sorry, I
You
had
got John
Stitches.
on the
I do
brain.
have John on the brain. Sitges, Spain, España.
Look at
She
you.
said,
Yeah.
"We're adults. You could just buy a loaf of bread if you want."
I did forget that, and then I tried to use my Spanish, and I said, I
You
said
insulted them.
No, I believe I said tango largo, which means I am large, when I thought I was ordering a loaf of bread, which was not good. So yeah,
Nice.
Tango Largo.
tango largo.
Oh,
I am
okay.
large. I don't know why I thought largo was bread. It was
Yeah,
not.
I don't know what bread is.
Carbs.
I love carbs.
It's carbs.
Are you
Lots of
carb loading
carbs.
yet? What is it next week?
Yeah, next week. So you do you understand this?
Oh,
You do
I know about
you do
carb
the
load.
slow carb load like the week before, and then next
Yeah.
week you hit it heavy the
Oh, yeah.
first 2 days, and then you have
Yeah.
to ease off a little bit. So yeah,
I forget. Is this your first triathlon?
this is yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
tough.
no, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. Open water swimming sounds terrible.
Yeah. How far is it? How far is it?
1.2 miles in open water
So
swimming.
is this a half?
It's a half
Ironman?
Ironman. Yes,
Wow, that's still-
70.3.
That's a lot.
Oh, is
though.
that an aluminum man?
That would be great. Some say the Tin Man. That was
Nice.
right there, but
It was right there.
Yeah.
I forgot the Tin Man existed.
Yeah,
I'll be
the
honest.
Tin Man
You didn't
is
wanna
actually
steal
a
any
thing.
IP.
I
Do
didn't
you want to
wanna-
pick that movie for movie
I
club
didn't
next
have
week?
Wizard
Hey.
of Oz on the brain. If I pick it, it's going to be gone in 3 days.
Have you guys
Probably.
done Wicked? You should do Wicked. That'd be
I
so
am
great.
Fine with not doing Wicked.
What do you mean? You don't have 3 hours of your life that you don't want back?
And then a part 2.
Oh, it's 3 hours?
Yes.
Dear God.
And then there's still a second one to come out, John.
yeah, Wicked again.
They're making another one?
yeah, more
'Cause
Wicked than ever.
It was part 1, part 2.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I have
Yeah, cool.
I have an irrational grudge against Wicked just
Mm.
by itself because
Okay. Why?
our graduation song was some song from Wicked that like 3 people in the student council just picked without consulting anyone else.
Yep,
in the
class
student
song
body.
is a big deal when you're in that moment. It is because they did the same thing to me. They switched up our class song because this is a crazy story I have to recant. Our shirts were straight out of high school because the movie Straight Outta Compton had came out, and so we had picked the song Straight Outta Compton as our class song,
Awesome.
which does not fit the demographic of Sydney, Nebraska.
yeah. A lot
But
of words in there you can't say.
yeah. So they were like, "Oh, well, we're gonna change it." So we changed it to like some other song, and then it got changed the day before by one person who took it upon themselves to change. So,
To what?
jeez, I can't remember. I think it was One Day by like I can't remember like what the name of the artist is. It's something weird.
I didn't even know if we had a class song.
Oh no, you didn't
I have
do
no
class
idea.
songs?
I have no
You
idea.
didn't have a class
It
song?
was 18 years ago. I'm gonna text a high school friend of mine. And
I'm
gonna
just
ask.
happy that it wasn't Good Riddance from Green Day or the
Ooh,
graduation
that
song.
is a classic. Yeah,
I'm glad it wasn't either of those two, but I'm upset that we weren't asked.
I
you
tried
know?
to do Celebration by Cool in the Game.
Oh,
who
that's
I
a good
wanted.
one.
Yeah.
I just texted a friend that I've not texted since last July when it was her birthday.
What is
and
our class song?
I said, "Did we have a class song when we
Nice.
graduated?"
That'll
I'll
be a
find out.
great first
It was
text.
18 years ago now.
Wow.
God.
I mean, that's a whole high school graduating class yourself.
I know. Someone
Dang.
who was born when I was a senior is now graduating.
Oof.
Congratulations, kids.
Wow.
Yeah.
They could be listening to this show right now.
Oh man, that'd be awesome.
That would
If
be.
anyone out there was born in 2007.
Is this a show for under 18 demographic?
I mean, look, the sickos like me who listen to sports talk radio in high school, but I don't
Fair.
know, the generation now, they love TikTok.
We for
Mhm.
sure
We're
have.
not on
podcasts,
TikTok. Yeah,
yeah.
well, hey, I love podcasts.
I think we have a couple like low 20s that listen to us.
That's fair. Yeah. Yeah.
McMaster might bring in some.
Mm.
Yeah, shout out Matt.
Thank you,
Help
Matt.
out with the young.
You don't think
demo.
John brings in the youth? I think John is
Nope.
one with the youth.
Well, there's a lot of youth that look up to John, so maybe.
Exactly. John is on X, the
I want
app.
to be like John Bishop.
Mhm.
He needs to
That's
get
what
on
they say
Blue
too.
Sky now.
Blue
Oh yeah,
Sky?
that's
No,
a great
I'm
reminder.
good.
I
I'm
forgot
good.
to open up Blue Sky today.
Yeah, we're on Blue Sky now, Austin.
What is Blue Sky? I've never heard of this.
Exactly.
Wait,
Thank you,
really?
Austin.
No, I've never heard of Blue
It's
Sky.
like-
okay,
Yes, no
John,
one's heard of it.
This is the guy who didn't hear about the Mall of America.
Okay,
Let's,
those
like,
are two
reel it
different
in.
things.
No, I'm
Yes,
actually.
a Mall of America's been around for a long time. This Blue Sky thing is just like, what was that other thing you tried to get us to join?
No,
Because
I
everyone...
didn't try to get anyone to join
No,
Threads.
No,
Nick.
Nick.
What Nick
It
tried
was
to get us to
Threads.
join.
No, Threads is dead. It's
I
always
was
been dead.
Just
wrong
looks like
about.
Twitter.
I was wrong about Threads. Blue Sky
Yeah,
is
that's,
like
that's
Twitter,
just
but
Twitter.
Yeah,
That's just straight up Twitter.
It's
the,
great.
The bird is flying though. That's the difference.
there's
Mhm.
also like less Nazis, which is refreshing.
Yeah,
That
that's
would be
their-
nice,
That's
yeah.
their slogan.
How do you know?
Well, I haven't
Do you
stumbled
follow
across any.
Nazis?
No, John.
Nick, you follow Nazis?
Twitter just
Whoa,
puts
Nick.
Nazis on your timeline now.
Under.
Elon
I-
bought it, and he's like,
You
"Here's some
could,
Nazis."
You could just.
I've
mute the
never had a
term
Nazi on my timeline. That's interesting.
Well,
Well,
the thing about Nazis is they're too scared to say that they're Nazis. They'll just say some stuff, and then you're like, "I think you're a Nazi."
Mm.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is this just you going off on Elon and calling him a Nazi?
I mean, I'm not calling
Johnny
Elon a
did do the
Nazi.
whole salute thing a few months
That
ago.
wasn't. It was a Roman salute. It
Well,
wasn't.
we all did the salute at your wedding.
No.
Whoa.
First wedding, first of all. I got a response from my friend. I'm not sure. I don't remember one specifically, but maybe we did. One of the class officers may know. LOL.
class
Yeah,
officer.
class officers.
Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting.
My best friend from high school was our class president, and he didn't even make the decision on changing the class song the day before. Good old Ryan. He was one of the people. He's a Democratic leader.
Is this true, guys? Blue Sky is full of people who enjoy the smell of their own farts.
Yeah, I did see a skeet the other day from friend of the Grum, Bill
That's what it's
Connolly,
called.
where he muted the word Blue Sky because people over on Blue Sky love saying "We're on Blue Sky."
That's a bit. That's
So,
a bit much.
so it is
That's
a bunch
just
of people
like-
that like the smell of their own
Yeah,
farts.
that is basically the same thing as Threads, because when certain people got on Threads, they were like, "You should follow me on Threads."
Look
because-
at me. I'm on a new
Exactly.
thing now.
Yeah,
Whoop-de-doo.
it's the best. Bring back MySpace.
Cool.
That's exactly what we need.
I mean, I think
I agree.
you can
Bring
still
back
go to
MySpace.
MySpace.
It's
Now
not
yours
dead.
is dead.
Yeah,
Oh, it's not dead?
I don't think so.
No, I should try to log in.
I think they tried to pivot to being mostly a music type of thing.
Like Tidal?
Here we go.
like that.
MySpace.com. Beyonce
that.
kicks off Cowboy Carter tour with 13
That
live
explains it.
debuts.
Good catch, Nick.
Okay,
you-
I'm not on no space. Or
Wow, you're
no
right, Nick.
space.
There's a
on
lot of
those things.
music over
Yeah,
here.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, they've kind of always been rooted.
yeah, remember
in
the
that.
what were they called? The wall? Was it walls? Is that what they were called
I
back in
don't.
the day?
I don't remember.
MySpace walls, how they'd have music on your wall. Were you ever on
Was it a
MySpace?
wall? Yeah, I had it for a hot minute.
Nice.
Was it walls? I can't remember what it was.
I just know that one of the most successful, one of the first successful internet bands was the Arctic Monkeys because of MySpace.
Really?
Take
Yeah.
that. Arctic Monkeys.
Great
Nice.
band.
John, do you know who the Arctic Monkeys are?
The name is familiar, but I
There
couldn't
you
tell
go.
you.
Look at
There you
that.
go. Boom.
Hmm.
Couldn't
you-
tell you what they did.
Have you heard of the new Dr. Squatch Sydney Sweeney bathwater soap?
I have no idea what
So,
that is. Is
I-
that a sentence?
I'm
That
a
is
Squatch
indeed.
user, and I saw this, and I'm like, I'm never
Oh, is that
going
the
to.
soap? Is that
Yeah.
the soap?
It's the soap, but
Oh.
it has Sydney Sweeney's bathwater in it now.
You know
Are
how
you
they're-
familiar with Sydney Sweeney?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
You're not, John?
well, okay,
John, you would love
John
Sydney
isn't
Much
Sweeney.
like
Gary,
Brittany
to be fair.
Mahomes, she also has two weapons.
Yeah, but John, whenever a woman comes up, he always comments on a certain some things that they have.
Oh.
John would be a huge.
Can you put a
Sydney
picture
No,
of Sydney
I do
Sweeney
not-
on the stream?
When we mention women, I do not bring up their breasts.
John, Linda Carter.
Do I ever bring up her breasts?
You
When
just
her-
thought about him though, didn't you?
I just
It's funny how you brought it
occasionally
up
I
first,
see
John.
there's random Linda Carter tweets, but I
Yep.
don't say anything
Interesting.
about
You
anything
say-
else other than
John
oh
goes,
look, it's
"Auga,
another Linda Carter
auga,
tweet.
auga." But yeah, John, you would love Sydney Sweeney. Day fight.
Is this
Gary
a
is familiar
comment?
with-
Is this a comedian?
No, she's an
She's
actress.
an actress.
Yeah, she was.
What
in,
is she in?
She was in
Euphoria,
yeah,
right?
see, John didn't watch.
John
I know
would
he
have
didn't
not
watch.
watched
He didn't
that,
watch
but-
White Lotus. She was in White Lotus.
She was in Anyone But You, but that was a
Yes.
film with Glenn Powell.
It's just a lot of stuff that John doesn't watch. I
She was
guess.
in Madam Web.
Yep.
You're a big fan of
But there was-
Marvel movies.
There was like a whole culture
Yes.
war about her a few months ago, John. I'm surprised you didn't see it on your Twitter.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not as in on all the culture wars as you might think.
That does kind of surprise
I
me.
mean, John, you are in front of a computer. You could look her up yourself.
Yeah, just Google Sydney Sweeney, John. It's
I'm
not
about to
porn.
put
she's
a-
not a pornographic.
I'm
No, yeah,
about
no,
to
it's
put
not
a
bad.
picture up.
yeah,
if
she's
John
on
doesn't know.
television.
All right, well,
All right,
yeah,
Nick is wow.
benefit-
Bonk, Nick. Gee, Merry Christmas. You're putting a woman on our screen
That's Sydney
for.
Sweeney.
Oh wow,
for
that's the one you picked.
Nick. Come
Nick,
on,
come
you
on.
couldn't find
There
one
wasn't
that-
any
Jeez,
other
Nick.
photo you could
the
find, Nick.
1620 girl of the day was something that
Yeah,
was
Nick,
eliminated
can we
years
get that
ago on
drop from John?
Facebook.
Can we get the drop from John that we have in there, please?
Which
Please.
drop?
What do you mean, which drop?
Which drop? Which one?
Charles just commented, Nick, on the YouTube. You know the John drop?
Yeah, I know the John drop.
The John drop. Jeez, it's back up again.
There it is.
Hey, Sydney. The John drop.
She does look familiar, but I'm trying to remember.
I think it's the pink one that's right up there.
Yes, it is.
The breast.
There we go.
Yes.
Nice job.
Finally.
All right, John, let's see. Let's go through her movies and shows and see if you have seen any of these.
She looks like I've seen her in something before.
She had a small
The
role-
breasts.
Nice.
The breasts.
She had a small role in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Oh yeah, she was like the ticket cashier or something.
I mean, I saw that movie, but I don't remember what she would have done in it.
She wasn't she the woman who was in the home with that old guy?
That also might have been her as well. Yes.
Yeah, I think that was her. I think she probably showed her feet in that movie too, because it's a
Whoa.
Quentin Tarantino.
Oh,
Quentin Tarantino
yeah.
loves feet.
The feet.
The feet.
The feet.
The Handmaid's Tale. John, did you ever watch The Handmaid's Tale? Did you
No.
watch the show on HBO called Sharp Objects?
Not familiar with it.
That was a
Interesting.
good show. She was on that show. None of these other movies that I'm reading right now are anything that I would expect John.
Yeah,
to
just
say.
off the top of my head, I don't think that John had any indication of what Sydney Sweeney was about. But you could always do
Yeah,
it
I
for
guess I-
film club. You could always have that on.
Mhm.
I suppose.
Film
yeah.
Club. What's
Movie
Film
club.
Club,
We're not a
whatever.
bunch of nerds over here. We're not
Film.
cinephiles.
Film. My bad.
Stibbs says she hosted SNL. I know John loves that show.
Mhm.
Yeah,
hosted-
she would have been hosting
True.
it back in the 80s and 90s when the show was good.
think she
Hosted
was-
NIL.
I think she was negative.
and
10 back
most
then.
of the 2000s.
Mhm. Yeah, too young, I think, to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. How did we get on Sydney Sweeney?
It's my fault. I've been.
Nick,
it's-
get your head out
Oh,
of the gutter. Wow, you're the Auga guy
Oh,
now.
bonk, Nick.
Yeah,
bonk.
bonk, Nick.
Bonk.
The breasts. The breasts.
Mm.
What was that drop even from?
We were talking about chicken, I think.
Yeah.
But I think there was
Oh,
also
yeah.
a tinge of, sexuality.
Oh.
Yeah, John is like, what's
Naturally.
the best part of the chicken? And then we just kept naming things until
Mm.
John got upset.
Well,
and
I
yelled
do
the breast.
enjoy
I'm a thigh guy myself.
the breasts. I do enjoy them.
Great.
Thighs
take,
are a
Austin.
close second to me, but I like the meatiness of the breasts, the chicken breasts.
So
Agreed.
Sydney Sweeney is on that category for you.
Oh, don't be gross.
It was an honest question.
What's
This is
wrong with
journalism.
Bonk, Austin.
This
bonk.
is journalism, Nick.
I'm talking about food.
Mm.
Just like Chad is saying, Nick, you are engaged. You can't be thinking of these things.
Nick, yes. What are you doing putting women on our screen like that? You're going to be a married man soon.
It's helping John.
Have you scheduled the date? Have you locked down a date yet?
We're
scheduled?
narrowing it down. We're
Oh.
looking at a place tomorrow, and then I
Oh.
think it's going to be between
Wow.
two places.
Is it
Wedding
going to be
planning.
during football season?
No,
Good choice.
Nice job,
Good
Nick.
move. Did you look at bye weeks potentially?
no, it's no.
It's off
They're-
season.
They
It's
want to be
off-season.
summer or spring?
spring.
Well,
spring.
so this will affect a slice of baseball.
yes,
Ooh,
Are you going on a
Uh-oh.
honeymoon?
yes. It's
During football
We're
season?
gonna go to Washington State.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
I like Washington
I've
State.
never been. I'm excited.
you gonna pick apples?
What?
What
Gonna
did you
pick
say?
apples?
What's John laughing at? What
I don't know
what
what's
was said?
happening.
Hodson.
Oh, Odson saying some funny things. Nice. Had a great time last night.
Oh yeah, how was table 3? I was in the back. I was
Table
in the back.
2.
Table
Table
two.
2. Oh,
Yeah,
my apologies.
table
My
2.
apologies.
Yeah.
Although
You're
I was
on the
told
outside
table
of the front
3.
row.
I
See,
was told table 3.
Nick
and then,
I had a conversation.
Yeah.
He said table 3, so that's why I was assuming. I apologize.
No,
I
it's
should
all
have double
good.
corroborated.
Nick took Jack Mitchell's spot because Jack stood us
Oh.
up.
That's why I
Wow.
would. That's why
and
there
yet
was
we're
suddenly
still
an extra
inviting
speed.
that ingrate on my show.
Yeah.
God.
I think when he joins
Interesting.
us in a little bit, we need to yell at him for not coming
Yep.
last night.
John,
John, I bet it had to hurt you. Hurt your feelings quite a bit.
It did. I almost turned around and walked out.
John, you do have to admit the voiceover introducing you was quite epic. I mean, that I want
Was
that
it?
at some point in my life. That was
Well, it was Jake
fantastic.
Ryan. I mean, Jake Ryan is epic when he does those things.
Yeah,
That was
I mean,
good stuff.
they were incredible. I mean, they had like lifetime stats on you as well. That was pretty cool.
Though nothing about how he called me an idiot for saying that a Super Bowl would go to overtime and then it went to overtime. I think that Jake should have included that.
Did you like how all three of us were on the screen at one point?
Yeah, we showed up. I couldn't believe it.
They had your different eras as well. I really appreciated that.
Well,
Like a peek back.
Did they have me with glasses and no beard? I don't think they had me with a beard, like
Yes.
chubbier Josh.
Yep.
They didn't have glasses, Josh, though.
They didn't have glasses, Josh.
Thank
That's correct.
God.
Yeah.
I look like a little kid.
Did they find those photos, or did you have to supply the
No,
photos?
I submitted those
Okay,
photos.
gotcha.
Oh, okay.
Stibbs asks, "Did John lose?" Yes.
This is like
Daddy John won in our hearts.
I still love you, John.
We
this
love
is
you,
like
John.
this is like that Seinfeld episode. You're all winners.
Indeed. The real winner, though, is you, because you got your stitches taken care of today.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
That's the real story.
Yeah, I guess.
Happer said, "Who took my spot?" I don't know who took Happer's spot at our
I
table.
don't know if Happer had a spot on our table.
No, he
really?
did. Him and Jack were on the list.
Was it her HR? Was that her?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's true. Yeah. I had a whole bag of popcorn. Odson ate a
Popcorn
whole
was
bag
good.
of popcorn.
I had the
also
popcorn.
had like the Chex Mix stuff that was in front.
It was like puppy
didn't
chow,
have
but
that.
vanilla. It was
Yeah,
like
that
vanilla
was-
puppy chow.
Yeah,
was
it
the
wasn't
wrong way.
bad.
Yeah, it was the
Yeah,
wrong
it
way
wasn't
to do
bad.
puppy chow, though.
I had
I
some
like
of
the
the
popcorn, though.
shrimp salsa.
Yeah, where was that at? You disappeared, then you came
It
back
was like
with
a whole
plate of food.
table out there. There was
Yeah,
a table just
There
sitting
was a table
there.
of appetizers it was basically Starch Fest. There were
Yeah.
multiple forms of potatoes I didn't
Well,
need.
My tum-tum hurts this morning.
It was weird because I walked in and I kind of just breezed by the
They had mashed potatoes there.
yeah, I don't want to call it
I
the buffet
missed
table,
the
but I
mashed
saw mashed potatoes and I thought, oh, they are serving a full meal.
Nope,
Yes.
just
And then I
mashed
looked
potatoes.
and I said, wait, it's just,
"Hey, I had
I have
some of those."
never been to a place where they do an hors d'oeuvres buffet with mashed potatoes.
You guys probably weren't there yet, but right at the very beginning of like the red carpet walk at like 5:45-ish, the bar collapsed. I
Oh.
don't know if you were there for that.
No.
The glass table like
We
shattered
were
from
here
the
at
weight.
5:45.
Yeah, we were
doing
on-
the
so
Oh,
we're
radio
that's
on the
show.
right.
radio
The show goes
5:45.
until 6.
It
How
does.
could I
Yes,
forget?
we go until
Yeah.
6. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, and by the way, what a drive out there for you guys. My goodness.
Well, I live like 2-3 miles away from it, so it actually wasn't.
Actually, that was one of the
home,
easier
let Banks
drives
out.
I've ever had
Fair.
on the old Dodge Expressway.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
That's
it's very
good.
nice. Yeah, I got some mashed
Easy breezy.
potatoes. I put some cheese on it, some bacon on it.
Nice.
Pretty
Good.
solid, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
I
take
mean,
that.
I guess
was
if
random.
it worked, but it just seemed very random. It's like
It was.
It's like having a hors d'oeuvre buffet. Oh, look, here's some green beans.
Yeah,
I,
exactly.
I wish I would have saw that because I got in like 3 minutes before 7 when
Yeah.
everything was supposed to start. So like I saw you trying to find anybody else that I knew.
Yep.
And then you told me where our table was, so I just went that way.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I didn't see anything.
Ah, dang. Yeah, I shook Nick's hand and I sent him on his way.
Yeah.
It was a good server.
Thank you, by the way, for telling me the general area everybody
Yeah.
was at. I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah,
I
no
would've just
problem.
Wandered around like a goober.
I had been there very early. I was there before some of the workers were there, and I was just
You're just
perusing
hanging
around.
out.
I
Were
was
you camping out like a
I was.
midnight release at GameStop?
a little bit. Yeah, I did feel like I was there for the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 release. It felt nice. It was good.
Dude, I did that. I went
Did
to
you?
Best Buy for that in 09.
So sick.
Mhm.
I miss those days. We should bring that back.
We should bring that back.
That and Black Friday Stampedes. I miss Black Friday
Everything's
Stampedes.
digital now, though.
Ooh.
Ooh.
In-store exclusives. That's what I miss.
Yeah.
I actually enjoyed seeing people run each other over for like $1 off savings on pillows.
Well, God,
Those were great.
remember when you had to like go wait in line to see a movie so you get good seats?
Yeah.
I remember
Yes.
getting to see Star Wars, and first of all, it was at midnight,
Yep.
and got there at 9 or 10 or whatever, just to try to make sure I wasn't sitting in the front row.
Yep.
And now you just, you can show up at 5:05 for a 5 o'clock movie.
You-
You're totally fine.
When did assigned seating start happening in theaters? Because back home,
COVID.
was it
no,
COVID?
no,
No,
it was,
No, it was before that.
But back home,
I
it
wanna
was one of those
say-
just sit wherever
Yep.
type of theaters.
Mhm.
But I feel like
I don't know
just
if I've
kinda
been to
crept in.
yeah, I don't know if I've been to a theater that wasn't like a non-profit theater that didn't have assigned seating, that like you had to pick your ticket.
like
the first one that I
Dundee
remember.
doesn't have assigned. You can
No,
go.
yeah. that's old
right,
school.
Yep, yep.
First-
that one you just walk in.
First theater in
love that
Omaha that I remember that had assigned seating was Majestic. When that
Ooh.
changed, because it used to be $20,000, and then it remodeled, and that theater sucked.
Mhm.
And so when I remember it got remodeled, and people were like, "It's actually good now because you can recline," and I said, "Recline."
Whoa.
And then after that,
that was
like,
a game changer.
basically every theater started changing, which was
Yeah.
tougher because there was a couple theaters, Exarban Cinema and gosh, what's the one on 72nd and Sorensen? Those had been built like, John, you know how the White Sox ballpark was built right before all the old school stadiums started being built?
Yep.
Those theaters were built right before this
Yeah.
came. And so it's like,
Oh.
oh man, you
So they
missed out
missed
on
out.
You missed out on the reclining seats. Great escape. Thank you, Odson.
Oh, Great Escape. There you go.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's
Happer.
probably been about 15 years, I suppose.
Comfort in the movie theater is stupid.
hot
Wow.
take.
I actually don't disagree because if you get
What?
too comfortable, you don't watch the movie.
That's
The
not true.
point of the
That's
movie
not
the
true.
point of the movie theater is not to like fall and sleep and take a nap and be as comfortable as possible. I want to be in the movie theater.
I don't fall
experience.
asleep. I
Don't
watch
take
the
a
movie.
nap.
Yeah, just watch. Just stay awake.
I
like
mean,
an
yeah,
adult.
little more
that's
different.
The key is you're going to the wrong movie if you're falling asleep.
Okay.
Now, I will admit it is easier to fall asleep, but if anything, the comfort is a good barometer for how good your movie is. If you got people falling asleep, it means your movie's not very good.
Have any
that's
of you
fair.
ever fallen asleep in the theater?
Yes.
I
have.
actually did one time.
I have also.
Yeah.
The cartoon film Robots.
Really?
I nodded in and out during Black Panther 2.
Oh,
Yeah.
tough look.
Oh,
Underwater
bad look for you, Josh.
No, the underwater scenes. I was just like, I think I'd gotten 3 hours of sleep the night before. I was sleepy.
It's a long movie.
Yeah.
That movie
It's
sucked.
very
That
long.
movie was brutal.
Mine was Endgame
Whoa, that's bad.
on opening night.
That's
Nick,
bad.
that's a tough
Wow.
look. That's a great movie.
No, Infinity War was way better. So
Way better is a stretch, but
yeah,
fair.
it's better.
I don't disagree. It's better, but way better is.
I was
much.
also that was the end of a double feature because I wanted to see Captain Marvel before I
Mm.
saw Endgame because I hadn't seen it yet.
So all the Captain Marvel parts you just fell asleep for.
You
No.
should have just watched the stinger on Captain Marvel, and it would have been totally
Like I
good.
was at the same theater. I
Right.
watched Captain Marvel. I had like an
Oh.
hour and a half wait, and then I watched Endgame. Then the second they started to do the time travel stuff, that's when I'm like, okay, I guess I'm
Wow.
just gonna fall asleep.
That's
now.
so the most critical juncture of the film. You decided.
Well,
no,
because
for me?
I saw where it was going at that point.
Ah, yes.
And
So you
I-
paused your mind clock. One would say.
I paused my mind clock. It
Mhm.
wasn't.
He did a little time travel.
He did himself. Very good.
It wasn't a conscious decision, but I think subconscious. Because I remember being disappointed that was the direction, and then I woke up, and then I feel like
man,
I
I
didn't
love
miss
that
a whole
movie.
lot, but
Yeah.
still somehow 20 minutes later.
That is one of the if you're really into film, which apparently you guys are into movies, that's fine. That if you're really good in a theater, that you can anticipate, you're like, this is a good time for a bathroom break, and you can sneak out, come back in.
Hell no, I don't want to go to the bathroom.
What, you don't like movie theater bathrooms?
I don't like going to the bathroom during.
Yeah,
a movie
I don't
that
like
spent
missing any part of the
$15.
movie
Well,
because I
that's the
can't
po-
hit
I'm
the
not-
pause button.
I'm not saying like I go in strategically being like, oh, I will definitely need to use the bathroom during this, but it just sneaks up on you.
I haven't
It's a
gone to the bathroom during a movie in 15 years.
I
All right,
think
piss boy,
every
whatever you
theater,
Anti-piss boy.
I think nice. I think every theater needs a dedicated bathroom where they're still piping in the audio of the movie while you go to the bathroom, like at a
Yeah.
sporting event, so you don't miss.
They
it.
What
should
if
do
you
it
bring
like,
headphones
why don't they
in and
just
you
why don't-
Bluetooth?
There you go.
Bluetooth into the thing, and then
Oh.
you walk to the bathroom, and you're still
Or-
hearing the movie.
Why don't they
should do
just
it
give you a
like, yeah.
catheter?
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Or a
All
catheter.
right.
Stib says, "I've never left a movie to pee. I don't understand how people can't hold it for an hour."
Because movies are 3 hours long.
Yeah, they're 3 hours now. They're not.
Sorry,
an
some of
hour.
us are hydrated, Stibs. My
I,
bad.
Well, it's the Brutalist that has an intermission, right?
3.5. I didn't see that in theaters, though.
Okay.
I saw it at home. Yeah, but I didn't pee during Mission Impossible, and that was 3 hours.
I was, yep.
But I also made multiple trips to the bathroom before just to make sure there was
Yeah.
any little tinkles left.
I tried to
Nice,
pee
good
before.
move. Way to use Tinkle.
I do it multiple times if I have to. I'm like, I'm gonna go to the bathroom again just to make sure.
I think they should do the like road bus or like the party bus style where there is a bathroom on like in the back of the theater and it's just a single stall and everyone will know that you go to use it, but that way you can
Oh
stay
my
in the
gosh,
theater.
that would be hilarious.
That'd be the best.
Okay,
right?
so
And
yeah,
then
what
they
if you
can have
built
one of
like
those
a
two-way
you
glass windows.
Yeah, it'd be great. It's like a confessional booth. It'd be great.
or well, you don't even need that. You could just have like a half a wall, right? So all the urinals,
Like you're at a Legion baseball park.
it's in the back row. It's in the back row. You go up to the back row. It's just a half a wall, and you just stand in front of the urinal, and yet you can still see out into the theater.
It also works perfectly too, because I mean, if you have to go number 2, no one's gonna hear you. It's so loud.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
You might have to strategically time it sometimes.
Well,
It's
no,
like
no, no.
one
This is
movie.
just
Pride
This
and
is just
Prejudice
for number
2,
one.
If
do
you
it
got-
there. No.
Now, Dwayne.
number 2 is somewhere else.
Dwayne brings up an excellent point. Sydney Sweeney.
Okay, well,
hops
how
on
do you
the
know when those
screen.
scenes are coming?
Put Sydney Sweeney back
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
screen.
exactly. Yeah, Nick, put Sydney Sweeney. Let's do this, and then here we
Okay.
go. Let's have this comment come up. There we go.
All right, get that locked in. All right, good.
It's a great point, though. You would have
Incredible.
some creep. I mean,
that's not stopping
Pee-wee
anyone
Herman.
from doing it
Chance.
now.
Chance and Chat Dolby, they won't hear you poop.
no way, Nick. That is, if there was a
You don't
private
think that's
bath-
still a thing anymore? Where
Yeah,
like
probably.
people sit in the back of the theater with a blanket?
Of course they do.
Also, Aaron and Papillion, it's like the half bathrooms at Memorial Stadium. I would love to see troughs at the back row of my movie
You're
theater.
obsessing
Yeah.
with, especially with
I
troughs.
love
Why do you
the
like
troughs.
troughs so much?
The South Stadium troughs I want in my home. That's what I
Just
want.
do it.
Okay,
You
I
can
will.
just do that.
All right. Oh, Nick. Oh, all right. calm down.
Make it trough.
Yeah, I mean that's actually true. You
I
could.
actually, but
Nothing's stopping
I
you.
specifically want the South Stadium troughs. When that thing comes tearing down, I will be the first in line to be like, "Where are my troughs?"
Some people buy like the Rosenblatt Stadium seats. You're gonna buy the
Yep.
Memorial Stadium trough.
Nope,
trough.
I don't want a column. I don't want bricks. I don't want anything like that. I want the trough.
Well, it's
That's
like-
what I want.
It's like when you
Interesting.
said, I want a whole thing of bread, and then Dr. Girlfriend was like, then just buy a whole thing of bread.
And
Yeah.
Dr. Girlfriend would support my trough in the basement.
Do you think so?
No.
Okay.
0%
I was
chance.
gonna say
Absolutely
that would
not.
blow me away.
I would maybe keep it outside though. That would also work.
Outside trough?
An outside
With a half wall,
trough.
so you-
There we go. Perfect.
Hey,
now
now-
my neighbors aren't upset by it.
Is this true? So Otson says everyone brings a blanket, and then he says they sell blankets at the concession
can't be
stand now.
true.
No
Really?
way.
What?
Unless it's an airport
Okay, that's
theater.
too far.
I
That's a
always feel
bridge
like
too
it's
far.
like high school girls that bring blankets to movies. I never see like a dude bring a blanket. It's always women that bring blankets to movies.
This is ridiculous.
Because sometimes people get cold, I
Hey,
think.
that's why I wear a hoodie to most movies just to make sure I'm a little warm
Mhm.
because of air conditioning.
Do you think that they what do they still allow blankets in movie theaters?
Yes.
Do they?
Like I
Absolutely
said, I
they
see
do.
women bringing them in all the time.
Oh, Cinemark sells blankets at the concession stand.
that is insane to me.
Yeah, and I bet
what is
they're
the
like
cost of a
I bet they're
blanket?
like
Seriously.
$80.
Yeah, what's the markup on a movie theater?
Oh,
blanket?
they're listed $20 and they're listed as
Wow.
cozy blankets.
That's weirdly affordable for a movie
They're
theater.
listed as cozy
Something
blankets?
tells me though those blankets are very flimsy and they won't last through
Little
the first
little
wash.
scratchy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like your at-home blanket, the one that you would prefer to use.
Yeah, I've never brought a blanket to a movie. I've never brought a pillow to a movie, but I see people bringing
See,
blankets.
bringing
and
a
pillows.
pillow is a step
That-
way too far.
That's definitely. I'm trying to
Bringing
go.
a
Well,
pillow
yeah,
would be
now
too
you're
far, yeah.
intending to fall asleep at the movie.
I understand the blanket. I get that.
Yeah.
The
What do you
pillow,
mean?
though,
because it's cold.
it's cold.
Oh,
If you're
I
cold,
thought you
sure,
just didn't
use
want
a
people
blanket.
to see
That's
what was
fine.
happening.
Many comments in here about they bring blankets for other reasons.
Nice. Good for them.
Is that true?
Mm.
Mike's daughter brings blankets to the movies? Oh, Mike.
Oh
that's
no!
not good.
Right after the comment I just said.
Yeah, that was
Austin.
bad. That was bad timing.
Austin.
Yeah, what
That
are you
is-
doing,
that-
Austin?
Bad timing.
Unfortunate timing.
Bad
Mhm.
timing. My bad.
Charles says, but Josh has worn slippers to movies. I've not worn slippers to movies, but that's a next level comfy move.
That is.
Are you gonna wear slippers to
I
movies?
got. Maybe I will in Christmas time. I'll bring slippers. I should have
Nice.
done that for Nosferatu.
Oh,
Bring in your own
Christmas!
hot Chalky?
Wearing slippers in Christmas, though, your feet are gonna get cold.
Nope.
They get cold feetsies.
No, slippers
Cold
keep your feet
feetsies?
warm.
Outside,
Yeah, but not when
though?
you're walking
No,
outside in the
I'm gonna
snow.
bring them into the theater.
Oh, so you're
man.
gonna have
And
your
you're
bare
gonna go
feet
Mr.
in the
Rogers
theater?
and change your shoes out in the middle? Come on.
First of all, I don't do bare feet with my slippers. I'm not an animal.
Whoa, you don't?
No.
If I went barefoot with my Crocs today, would you have been upset by that?
yeah, that's gross.
Well,
Okay,
you're
I'm
also-
glad I didn't.
Slippers aren't Crocs. Barefoot Crocs is gross.
I
They
wear
get weird.
slippers-
but
What do you mean they get weird?
you can barefoot slippers. I thought that's
I
what the whole
don't. I don't
point
like
was.
it. My feet feel sweaty when I do that.
Well, and they don't get sweaty when you put socks on?
They
You
feel
have
warm.
antiperspirant socks?
Apparently,
That's insane.
yeah, they feel nice and warm.
Usually when you put more clothing on, that adds a layer of heat.
I'm gonna
But
bring
why
slippers.
are you bothering to bring slippers to a theater? You've already got good if you have good shoes on.
They
Because they're
should sell,
cozier, John.
They should sell at the local Cinemark slippers for your movie theater experience.
Mhm. My slippers are good. They're from LL
So,
Bean.
so you're
Oh.
going to take off your rank shoes and you're going to have them
Rank,
exposed,
rank.
and then folks are going to smell your shoes while you have to wear
Happer
slippers.
takes
in the
off his
theater.
shoes in the studio all the time.
I
Is
have
that-
seen people take
Well,
off their
that's weird,
shoes
too.
fully at the
Yeah.
movie theater, like
Yeah.
shoes, dogs out.
Okay, that's
at the
just
theater.
That's- yeah.
disgusting.
I hate that.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
people go dogs out in like an airport, that's also
Yeah.
concerning. We got to be.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to start putting up some rules here.
I
for
wear good
protocol,
slippers. They
decorum.
look like shoes, kind
People
of.
used to not do these things at the theater. COVID happened, and then everybody just forgot how to act.
Yeah,
That is
that's
true.
Thanks a lot.
They spent
Fauci.
too much time in their homes and got too comfortable.
By the way, not to end the crossover with a piece of sports news.
What?
Oh.
Why?
But the
Oh.
Nebraska-Oklahoma baseball time has been pushed back to 6 because
Great.
of weather.
Great, just great.
Oh, now we don't get to watch it.
Yeah, that's true. Now we have to watch other garbage.
Mm.
Squeeze play. But you can wave to Matt Schick. He's on there
Hi,
somewhere.
Matthew.
Hi,
Matt.
there
Hey,
he
Matt.
is.
What are you doing up
Have
there?
Hi,
a
Matt.
Great broadcast, Matt.
Yep.
Well,
And that's how it ends.
happens.
On that note, yep.
Mhm.
And that's how it ends. Wow, come crashing down thanks to Nebraska baseball and
Yep.
weather delays.
Thanks, Josh.
Charles says that I wear Uggs. I can't afford Uggs. I wear LL Bean.
Uggs used to be the thing.
Yeah, I
They
remember
did
that.
used to be the
Now
thing.
everyone wears Tims.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't wear Tims. I don't have them.
I've never worn a pair of
I wear
Timbs.
I wear the old guy Vans now.
Respect.
Arch
Yep.
support is incredible, by the way.
Yes.
I don't know if you
indeed.
guys knew that.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's an underrated factor.
I'll put on my flat foot Vans sometimes now when my back hurts. I'm like, this is
Yeah.
horrible. I
Mm.
never want this again.
Correct.
Oh,
you
that-
should not go for a walk in those.
Yesterday at the Oscars, I ran into Christian Jones of future Nebraska football linebacker, and he was wearing running shoes because he knew he would be
Come on, my
standing for a while, so he wanted to be comfortable.
Excellent.
I've been
move.
seeing a lot of people just wear Hokas outside, like just as their daily shoe.
Yeah, Katie.
My parents wear those.
Yeah, they're big on the Hokas in the hospitals because they're always walking around doing that.
Oh,
Those are you get it the right pair.
Call it a Hoka spittle, am I right?
All right, let's go. To
All
break.
right, so the crossover.
Thank you.
Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Enjoy the show, you guys.
Bye bye.
We will. It's a One Beer Friday, and we'll get it commenced next on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
At J-Tech Construction and Solar, they do it all. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, gutters, and solar. As the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers, they take pride in protecting homes and powering the future. J-Tech is hiring. They're searching for motivated sales reps in Omaha and a front desk superstar to join the team. Great pay, uncapped commissions for sales reps, and a winning company culture. J-Tech Construction and Solar, proudly the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers. YourExteriorExperts.com.
Hey, baseball fans, join the Blur Tailgate at Hilton Omaha this June for the 13th annual hospitality event during the College Baseball Championship Series. Book an experience for your clients or employees with an inclusive bar, buffet, TVs, music, and tailgate games. Secure your spot today and let Blur Events take care of all the work so you can enjoy the day. Plus, they're just steps away from Charles Schwab Field. Visit blurevents.com to book your group, buy tickets, or learn about sponsorships. That's blurevents.com, your college baseball and football tailgate destination.
Hi, I'm Brian Barks, President and CEO of Food Bank for the Heartland. Did you know that right here in our communities, 1 in 5 children don't have enough food to eat? Let's give the kids the summer they deserve. Donate today at foodbankheartland.org and help us fight summer hunger today.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton and UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, don't look now, but Arkansas's in a fight. The upsets are already starting to roll in at the old NCAA regionals.
Wow, baseball.
Damn right.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton and UNO.
You know, you guys are always trying to tell me how great the sport of baseball is. If it was so great, why isn't this like the start of the men's basketball tournament where we get the day off and listen to games all day?
I would love that, actually. Let's do that.
Let's do that. John, make it happen.
That's probably because ESPN has all the rights.
John, you were not. No.
That's right.
Westwood One does the games.
Westwood One only does the World Series.
Well, John, I think it's time for them to change that, and I think you should lead the charge. Be the change you believe in.
Genuinely, I would love us to air baseball.
Yeah?
All day.
Well, audience probably wouldn't like it.
Well, they
Which is why
would
we're
learn
here.
to love baseball.
Would
So
they?
I'm trying to get my bearings here. Where is Chapel Hill?
It's in North
In North
Carolina.
Well, I know that, but where in North Carolina?
It's on a hill with a church.
Good Lord, Nick.
I got you, John. I'm looking at a map right now. Now, why didn't you just do this? Why did you ask?
Well, no, because I'm on the I'm on my radar app.
John,
I'm trying to see what
it's-
they're.
John, it's upper. It's like middle.
What's the closest big town?
I mean, Charlotte is
Oh,
looks
I
like a
love this
few
game.
hours to the left. Raleigh
Charlotte's a few hours to the left.
to the west. You know what I meant. I'm looking at a map. Come on, John.
That's my favorite game to play. Being from a small town, it's like, where are you from? Manning.
John. If
going out.
if North Carolina was a 12
Oh, I see it.
in-
Got it.
Never
Got it.
mind.
Thank you.
Amazing Daniel said that the weather is bad and the game might not start until 9:00 tonight. I don't see it being clear enough before 9:00. That would suck.
It's no. I mean, unless he's seeing something completely different
Hey,
from
he
me.
lives
I mean,
in North
they're
Carolina.
gonna have. I mean, there's rain going through right now, but it should be. I mean, that's the reason why they pushed it back to 6. Now, if there's more
Oh, he said Eastern. Daniel, what are you
there's
doing with
more
this Eastern time? He's saying 8:00 for us. 8:00.
but if there's more coming in from behind, maybe. But I wouldn't be surprised if this map holds that Nebraska gets started at
At 6.
whatever the 6-ish or whatever time. What did you say they got pushed back to?
It got pushed back to 6 o'clock our time.
6
so
o'clock.
7
our
o'clock
time.
on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's possible. I'm not saying Daniel's completely wrong, but
He
at
just
least
said
on
Daniel's
the
an idiot.
The radar right now, it doesn't look as bad. But
okay.
But North Carolina got their game in today, and they won. But as we mentioned in the tease, Arkansas. And what is it about Arkansas? They always struggle in the first game.
Do they?
Of a regional.
They get the big game feeling in their tum-tum.
Like they do. It's 2-2.
I know about those.
Arkansas and North Dakota State in the second inning. But, and of course, that's the region that Creighton is in. That's where our colleague Connor Happer is. We'll have coverage of the Jays in Kansas tonight. Not expecting any rain issues in Fayetteville, we don't believe. So that is indeed a good deal. As I guess that just natural crossover here to the Grumdown. Brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Card. Regional play is underway. Nebraska again scheduled around 6 our time. Creighton at 7. We'll have coverage of the Jays here on 1620 The Zone starting at 6:45.
Nice.
Brunson keeps the Knicks alive.
Again, John, for the second straight night, I was either talking to you in a microphone or sitting next to you, and thus I missed the NBA game.
We could have watched it last night.
I did see, I'm pretty sure I saw somebody watching the game on their phone.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Incredible.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Because their phone was turned sideways. So you can tell, I mean, people had their phones out at various points. But when you got the phone sideways, you're either playing a game or you're watching a video.
What if they would have had it on one of the projectors?
That would have been awesome.
I mean, they could have been watching. Sports. They could have been watching the Women's College World Series. They could have been watching the hockey game.
I'm pretty sure it was the basketball.
Jack Mitchell will be joining us.
Nice.
He who thinks the 2001 Notre Dame game was bigger than the 2000 Notre Dame game.
What an idiot.
The Bigelow Memorial topic today, 100 days to the NFL.
Oh, that was actually yesterday, John.
Well, but there was 100 predictions made by Connor Orr.
Oh, yes. This is a fun topic.
Yeah.
This is really fun.
I do like fun topics.
Fun predictions for the NFL. The college football cluster. We find out where Bert learned how to count.
Nice.
Sesame Street.
Kent's Movie Club, Con Air, and the guy who said that we should watch this movie isn't even going to bother to join us.
What? I thought he was supposed to.
During the movie
he DM'd
club.
us and said, "Yeah, busy."
He
has Nick's martyr baton.
Took it out of my hand.
Yeah, he stole it from you without you knowing.
Scott Docterman will be along from The Athletic.
Let's go.
Yesterday we got all the kickoff times, and he got the inside intel on how all these games were picked.
Nice. Good get, Nick.
But I'd also like to pick his brain, too, because of
I
the
got
conversations this week
around
college football and how quiet the Big Ten has been.
Yes. Speak, Big Ten. Speak.
And it is a One Beer Friday, and we've got predictions.
Nice.
For the weekend here on the Grum. 402-951-1620 if you want to join us on the hotline presented by Prairie Flower Casino. See, it's nice when I'm here. It's right in front of me.
It's right in front of you, John.
John, you could just get a sticky note and put it in front of you here.
Turn my head this way and say it's the Prairie Flower Casino zone. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm turned the wrong way.
I mean, John, you could bring that piece of paper to the studio. It is possible to travel
with
paper.
I like it right there. I've carved it into the table now.
Oh, that's exciting. That's very exciting.
Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Don't forget, you can register to win that $100 gift card.
Nice.
That's available each week from Prairie Flower Casino. Just go to 1620thezone.com. Also, the Equitable Bank inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. The addresses are John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. And the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620.
Or what, Nick?
Or Nick at 1620.
Or Nick at 1620thezone.com.
I'm here too.
Nick
Sometimes
is
people
here.
talk to me about Formula
Well,
One.
I hesitate giving out your email inbox because that will just mean one more window you have to open before getting the board set up properly for the podcast.
You know what? When we were discussing that in the crossover, John, I also forgot to say that Nick spent 2 minutes getting Squeeze Play turned on instead of just asking me to do it, which I would have happily done it.
Well, it's important. I had to get it on right away.
Nick was like, I got to turn on Squeeze Play.
I need to squeeze.
I don't know what's going to be 30 seconds of the Squeeze Play. I walked. I'm like, what the hell's Nick doing standing on this side of the board? It was very strange. Never get over here again, Nick.
I asked why it wasn't already on, and Josh said, I like watching one game at a time.
Yeah, well, he's an old soul, Nick. Old people don't know how to watch more games than one, let alone 5.
It's awesome, though. Look at this.
Yeah, see, but you're Gen Z. You love just piping things into your brain.
Yeah, just inject it directly into me.
Now, for the record,
the squeeze play is pretty good.
No, I like watching sports.
But as we mentioned last night, the Knicks stayed alive. So they'll force a game 6.
That's good, man, because, John, if that series would have ended, we wouldn't have had a game tonight or tomorrow or Sunday or Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday. And then finally, game 1 is on Thursday. So it's good to have at least a weekend basketball game because the West is done. We don't have any hoops tonight. This is so sad.
You could watch baseball all weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nice of the NBA and the NHL to stay as far out of college baseball's way as possible.
Because they know how important and cool
I'm thinking about watching Rogue One, man. I've got Rogue One on the brain.
Yeah?
Because I watched Andor.
You watched that like 2 weeks ago.
What, Andor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but now I want to watch Rogue One. Ryan McGee was talking about it on their Star Wars pod.
See how it
he
flows
watched.
in?
Yeah, he was like, I watched Rogue One.
And then you have to watch A New Hope after
That's
that.
what I wanted to. They did it on the rewatchables recently. I'm like, I should watch A New Hope again.
Watching Rogue One and then A New Hope immediately after is incredible.
Yeah, exactly. John, what are you doing? You're giggling over here. I thought you liked Star Wars.
No, I do. It's just,
You don't
No,
like
I
it?
don't know, John. What?
Nothing. I just was
Me.
laughing,
Man, I want to
that's all.
watch something I like, John. You're an idiot. Wow.
I didn't say anything. I was just giggling. Just
Yeah,
laughing.
I saw
just
you.
laughing.
I saw
Just
you giggling.
laughing and laughing.
I saw you giggling.
Yeah, this was the first real stinker in this series for the Knicks and the Pacers. I mean, they've, sure, you've got teams pull away, but for it to close out like this.
They stiff-armed them the whole time. Whole
Yeah.
game, they were up on him.
Maybe the Pacers were just like, yeah, we'll let you have your moment in Smelly Town, then we'll come back to God's country and wipe you out in game 6.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
But if it gets to a game 7, can you imagine what the Garden will be like?
Oh, God, that'd be sweet.
And that game would be on
That game would be Monday.
Monday.
Yeah.
Well, I'm surprised they didn't try to time it out so that series would end on Sunday.
If there would have been a game 7 in the West, that one would have ended on Sunday.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I know.
if there was a series that never deserved a game 7, it was
that ain't
one.
happening.
It was that one.
That ain't happening.
Yeah. But, we'll be keeping an eye on all of the college baseball today. The Farron Regional, they finally started some baseball now that Farron has decided to, come back from his barbecue. They never got that series started on time, and then Farron had to go get barbecue, but now they've got that one going. But we got several games going on right now, and yes, Arkansas is tied with North Dakota State 2-2 in the second. Nebraska knows if they win, they will play North Carolina. They won earlier today 4-0, but if you missed it, Josh mentioning that the Nebraska game will be pushed back an hour or two, scheduled to start around 6 o'clock Central Time because of weather that's currently going through. And Florida, apparently the SEC needed to concentrate more on keeping the Gators alive than boosting up their conference schedule argument, because Florida got waxed today, 11-6 by East Carolina. So
Yikes.
Florida's already on the ropes to start the NCAA regionals.
Bet they don't have Jack Caglione.
Too bad. That's definitely sure.
Yeah,
true.
we got him now. He's ours. He's our guy now. All right, when we come back, Jack Mitchell will join us.
Nice.
And he's apparently going to be paying off yet another one of his punishments or something.
What?
Well,
Was he wrong on the 60-day guarantee? Or
I don't
60-degree
know, but
guarantee?
it sounds like he's got something going on, and
Okay.
and other things as well. So we'll talk with our friend from Lincoln next on 1620 The Zone.
Gosh, is your energy
from Stephen Berries. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of Ham the water.
Well, we have found an early victim of this weather delay in Chapel Hill. It's our next guest, Jack Mitchell, who had to do a radio show. I don't know if he's putting the thumbs down right now, a la Garrett Langrel, Creighton's closer, when he did that to Nebraska. Very nice of you to do that. Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay.
Jack, you're coming in through your computer mic right now, by the way. I don't know if
Man, that's my favorite thing when you say that, when I hear you say that.
I just wanted to let you know.
Because originally Jack was, the game was going to start at 4 o'clock, and of course KLIN.
Is this it?
There you go, Jack. Take a picture of the computer right now if this ever happens again.
So in 7 months, I'm sure I'll be able to quickly look it up and find it. No.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
Yeah, as Dan mentions, does Jack have to do a show now? Do you have to do a show now?
I think so, but I found out about 2 minutes before I went on with you guys that this was happening. So I'm trying to figure out what the remainder of my new schedule is today. So glad to be with you, though.
Allow me to suggest something. Perhaps y'all could just simulcast the Grum, and you could have the day off and go. You could simulcast the Grum. I'm sure your listeners in Lincoln would love a little bit of One Beer Friday, some predictions, our witty banter, Josh's takes on baseball.
We'll do some politics, Jack, if it makes them feel at home.
I support it. I mean, if I'm on, it's just going to be baseball talk. So, maybe I should just get on and join you guys for a half hour, and we can broadcast it from 5 to 5:30. I should have done my interview then, and that should have been the show. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Okay, Jack, we'll see you later. We'll talk to you at 5 o'clock when we're popping open some brewskis.
Yeah, do they allow drinking there at the mighty 1400? I don't remember.
There's no way. That has not happened, and it's not allowed. No, I think it's in the employee handbook.
I guess we're screwed. Man, you guys got a different employee handbook than we do.
Mm-hmm.
So much for the NRG media family.
So it's never happened here that I know of. I just don't know of it. So
okay. Am I to understand that you, who started the trend of horribly failed weather predictions, are you going to be doing something here again because you messed up on another weather prediction?
Yeah, that's actually why I was going to be here for a little while this afternoon. Was having a professionally shot video promoting that out on the streets of Lincoln. 2 weeks from today, I will be walking across Lincoln. Is a route that I've put together that's probably the simplest of the routes I've ever walked, John. It's just basically a rectangle with the corners starting from here at 44th and O. The corners being, for those who know Lincoln, it would be 70th and Havelock. I'll go there first. And then 27th and Superior would be the northwest part. 70th and Havelock would be northeast. 27th Superior would be northwest. With a little weaving through the university and downtown. The next corner would be South 27th and Old Cheney. And then 70th and Old Cheney would be the other corner. And so, as you can imagine, I go 44th up O, and then go to the northeast corner, go to the northwest corner, then go to the southwest corner, then go to the southeast corner, and then back up 70th back to work. About 25 miles.
I was going to ask, how far is this? 25 miles? Almost a marathon.
Yeah. No biggie.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
And you did that. And what prediction did you botch this time?
I mean, it's the same one every time. And it's only, listen, I'd like when you say that to say that.
I mean, why are you walking then if you didn't botch a prediction?
I would say technically. Now.
Oh, here we go.
The temperature, we use the official temperature of the National Weather Service, John. You're not even going to disagree with me. There's something wrong with the thermometer at the airport that they use. We know this. Anyone in weather in Lincoln knows this. And so I fell short. This was like a month ago. I fell short.
I mean, would you have been saying this during the Biden administration?
Stick to sports.
Only day. It's the only day that it's fallen short. They'd be planning a parade through Lincoln. And instead of me walking down the streets, they'd be carrying me in a throne down the streets if that thermometer would work. But it doesn't. And so now I'll be, doing this walking. And if I may, I I am going to, despite the fact that it isn't supposed to be happening, but it is, I am going to be doing hopefully some good with it.
Yeah.
And your listeners, if they want to be a part of it now, we don't have the full, we're working on getting the website up today, but I think there's a little bit up now at klin.com/walk. And you guys will have to tell me. We are like literally working on it today, and then all this happened. But I think there's a link that people can donate. Does it have a donations link on there yet?
So if you click on the page, Sean Hannity's face shows up at the very top.
Okay, Sean Hannity.
But Jack, if you scroll down,
my donations, thanks.
It says once again he'll be raising money for Lincoln nonprofit Morning Hope. Now it looks like there it just takes you to the Morning Hope website. So there's not a donation spot just yet.
Okay. Well, it's on their website. It does exist on their website.
Okay, on their website. Yes. Okay, yeah, that is available. Okay,
should be there. Okay, good. Yeah, if you click there, we'll have see if anybody would like to. Now, what we're working on today, and I wasn't going to publicly unveil that, but I did want your listeners to remember klin.com/walk. What there's kind of a thing like, oh well, why are people going to donate? Well, if they're good people, they will. But
absolutely.
I gotta give them a little bit of a hook, right? I gotta give them a little bit of a reason. And so I am offering to people that in exchange for donations, I will make life hard on myself. As if 25 miles of walking during what could be a 100-degree day very easily isn't going to be bad enough. You can, in exchange for you can offer me in exchange for a donation to Morning Hope, the opportunity for me to do something that makes things worse. Now, there's going to be some standard opportunities that'll go up on the website that just have a set price that we're working on. I don't want to quote the price now because we're going to have those out next week, and I got to make sure they're right. But among those, guys, is I could wear something you would want me to wear for a period of time. John's familiar with this. I've done this before as I've walked with him. There are pictures of me in Creighton gear. Over the years, I've worn Creighton, Texas, Missouri, Northwestern, Iowa State,
Trump.
I was just thinking of college teams, but yes, Missouri. Did I say Missouri? Yes, a MAGA hat, a diaper, which oddly are kind of connected. I'm trying to think what else, but many things. Things.
It's basically a chance to humiliate you for a price.
You can do it that way. The other thing, a new thing that we're doing this year is I will be a human jukebox. I will have a Bluetooth speaker on my person at all times during this, but I will not be controlling it. The donors will be controlling it. Well, actually, someone here at our office will be working with the donors to control it. So at any point, if you would want to play a song for me or the same song for me over and over and over again, you can also do that.
You said this is 2 weeks from today?
Yeah, it's Friday the 13th.
Okay.
John, do you have an idea?
The first day of the
College World Series.
Maybe we can make Jack listen to our entire day of broadcasting.
Right. Sometimes I don't want to go on walks anyway, so that'd be all right.
John, he loves baseball. That's not a pun. He's not me. That's not.
Now, you didn't obviously. Well, I understand why you have zero faith in the Huskers, but what if Nebraska's playing at that time?
Oh God, that'd be hilarious.
I didn't even think of that in the College World Series. I guess surprisingly, guys, I hadn't considered that possibility when we did this.
I didn't, but
I mean,
that would be rooting for Oklahoma tonight.
So we got that, and
that would be wild. I mean, but yeah, there might be a way we could do something during our broadcast to give you a shout out.
There will be set prices for a song. There will be set prices for something that I wear. There may be also opportunities for people who are in town if they want to have like a little pit stop, where they we stop at maybe a business or something along the route. We can do that.
Okay.
And then I will also take custom offers, okay, where there's no set price. I'll wheel and deal with you. I'm a used car salesman, okay? So, you decide. For instance, I don't think this is going to happen. But, okay, John, if you can make it happen for the right price, I'd consider it. Something like this. Be thinking this way. Jack, how much would I have to donate for you to walk with Greg McDermott for a mile, and you can't talk? You have to listen to him talk about his favorite memories of beating Nebraska over the years.
If we could make that happen, of all of the things to make happen, that would be incredible.
So I'm asking you to think of that. That's just kind of an example of what it can look like. Now that based on how difficult to achieve it, those sorts of things, how hard it will be for me, or maybe it's just some kind of a physical challenge within reason. Maybe it's some kind of a mental challenge for me. Whatever needs to happen for me to raise more money on this, I'm willing to do. I'm willing to go through it this day. Everyone can have it. Everybody who hates me, right? Here's your chance. Take it out on me.
It's like crap on Jack Day.
Watch me suffer.
Well, okay, be careful what you say there, because someone might actually
crap on him.
Want to have that happen for a price, and we don't want to do that. So we must keep these challenges within reason.
John. First of all, I have to approve any of the custom challenges, but I know I'm wheeling and dealing on these things.
So you're saying you're a willing participant.
Listen, there's a price for everything. Listen, if I get
please
digit day for morning hope and I got to do something terrible, so be it. We'll see. We will see. So,
all right,
be thinking about that. And here's the other cool thing: 2 weeks. Oh, you guys are doing the College World Series then? Oh, never mind. I was thinking you guys were going to be on the air then. But you'll have a College World Series game.
Well, we will. We'll be on the air. I mean, Josh will have a pregame show.
Yeah, do you want to join McMaster and I on one of the shows that we do that day?
That'd be awesome. Yeah, would love to. I mean, you guys could check. I plan to do part of my morning show while walking. And so if you want me to just, kind of be a guest or join you live while walking, we now have the technology. First time we did this, we didn't have any technology to do anything. Now we can have people live track me. I can do live videos throughout. I mean, heck, if I had a camera person, we could do the whole thing live. So there's all kinds of stuff that we can do. We can have somebody control a Bluetooth speaker from remotely. So that's going to be the plan on Friday the 13th. Watch all the social media. There's going to be a lot about it. So don't unfollow me because of you jerks. How terrible are
you? Come on, keep following him.
For you, Steve Sipple, if you unfollow me during a fundraiser, wow. Says a lot about it. Says a lot about
KLIN.com/walk.
Yes. And that's kind of, it's got a little on there now, but by next week it'll have a lot more. And next Friday we can visit a little bit more about it, maybe with more of the detail.
All right. Sounds good. So we had our little draft on Wednesday night, and I got a bone to pick here because you think you won this thing.
Well, first of all, I saw the vote. I literally did.
Okay. Well, first of all, y'all need to get a better clientele because your voters are.
John, the voters exist on the whole internet.
It doesn't. They're still your clientele. They're following you. They saw your polls.
Okay. Put it on.
I mean, you need to control this. But I want to go through this pick by pick.
Wow.
Okay, pick by pick, because the challenge here. I'm on here number one, which you should have thought of. I mean, first I'm number one. Jack's number 3. The Tom Osborne game.
Which one's Josh?
Josh was 2.
Okay, and Schaefer is 4.
Schaefer was 4, but the voters narrowed it down to you versus me. The first I had the very first pick. I picked the 95 Orange Bowl, second greatest game in Nebraska football history. Cannot be disputed.
94.
Oh my gosh.
We're not going to do this again. So I win. I win that point. Would you give me that? I win that point.
That was my number one. I mean, that was my number. Yes, that was my number one on the board.
Right.
That was the when I had my wish list for the Tom Osborne games. That was number one. Yes, for sure.
Right. But comparing the pick,
yeah, John has the better point there. Yeah, sure.
Now here's where Jack really fouled up: the Frank Solich pick. So we had to pick a game from the Frank Solich era. Now my first pick would have been 2001 Oklahoma. Schaefer got that. I took the 99 Big 12 championship. Jack had the Frank Solich pick last, so he had his pick of the litter. And instead of choosing the 2000 Notre Dame game, he chose the 2001 Notre Dame game.
Yeah, Jack, is that still the move you would have made 2 days later?
I did not expect this kind of blowback for it because a couple things in my favor here. That was a better Nebraska team and a better Notre Dame team. Okay.
No,
it wasn't a memorable game.
The 2000 Notre Dame team went to a BCS bowl. 2001 Notre Dame sucked.
At the time of the game, Notre Dame was more highly ranked. In 2001, I should say. So that was part of it. It was a home. Do you remember, guys, just like the build-up, the hype before that game, it was second only to USC probably in my life.
Do you remember the takeover of Notre Dame Stadium, the greatest moment in Husker fandom history?
Yeah, a little, but I wasn't there. So
a little. That was almost a bigger story than the game.
It really was.
And Eric Crouch won it in overtime.
Yeah, well, I mean, Eric Crouch put the game away in the first quarter in 2001. So it was more impressive.
I guess that's true.
Dave Fight says, show me the famous poster that was made after the 2001 Notre Dame game.
Yeah, there is no poster.
It was a beautiful night. It was an unbelievable. I can't believe you're crapping on this game. 2001 Notre Dame game was one
boring.
But compared to the pick you could have had, I mean, this is the equivalent.
Was there?
This is the equivalent of passing over Patrick Mahomes for Mitch Trubisky.
Didn't they also have wasn't there somebody on Notre Dame that year that was a former recruit that had shunned Nebraska that wasn't there in 2000? That was another part of it. I'm trying to remember what that was, but that was another part of it. Wow, I can't believe you're crapping on one of the best games in Nebraska history. It's sad. It's sad. It's disappointing. One of the best days, college game day in the morning. They had it in the stadium. I believe it was great, beautiful. I remember our posters of that game. It was an amazing
fan takeover of Notre Dame Stadium. Husker fans still points back to that moment.
I didn't know we were drafting on how many home fans. I should have taken 1991 Kansas in Lawrence then, John. That one
by the way, Jack, Ian Alio, our great friend, is with you. I'm with Jack on this. Sold my student ticket for $400 to the 2001 Notre Dame game.
Okay, cool. You made some money. Good for you.
$400 in 01. Holy crap, man!
This would have been kind of like if they had beaten USC when Callahan was here. That's kind of like what it was like. It was just. It wasn't
even close.
It was incredible.
Notre Dame wasn't a national championship.
I agree, they're close. I happen to have better memories of 2001 Notre Dame. I think it's arguable. I think it's close. Listen,
I think you got smoked on this
one.
By the way, that's neither here nor there.
It was I would have had, for the record, I would have had 2001 Oklahoma, obviously.
I would have too
on the top of my list, and I think I had the '99 Big 12 championship second. I don't have it in front of me, but I think I had that second. So I did have to get down to my fourth overall pick.
I'll give you the point on Callahan because that was you picked the Colorado game I would have picked.
Yeah, the Restore the Order game.
But you had it before me, so I give you that point.
Yes.
The Bo Pelini pick. Sorry, the Ndamukong Suh interception, the Alex Henry field goal. Far greater than the 2009 Missouri game. Sorry.
Actually, people forget that there was a lot of red in the stands at that 2009 Missouri game, and that's why I picked it.
There was even more red in the 2008 Colorado game, if you recall.
Wow.
And the stadium shook because of the field goal. I mean, they literally put Greg Sharp's famous call on the side of the press box door.
Okay, but 2009, the vitriol was not fresh for Colorado. The vitriol for Missouri in 2009. That's
again. The 2008 Colorado game was a better moment, much better moment.
Well, I don't know if I don't. Did I pick before you on this one? I don't remember. I had 09 Missouri.
I don't.
I would have picked it ahead of. It's just got there's some subjectiveness to this. It's got a special place in my heart.
You want to split it? You want to split it? I'll split it.
That was like the 88 Oklahoma bloodlust game for me. That's the closest thing we've ever had to that for me. Or maybe not
Mike Riley,
but yeah.
Now on the Mike Riley pick, you took the Oregon game in 2016, which is a fine pick.
It's a great pick.
But it ain't as good as 2015 Michigan State.
Okay.
Oregon was bad that year. Michigan State went to a little thing called the college football playoff. The Michigan State game happened, 3 games before that college football playoff? And, Jack, it gave you the let me clear my throat viral moment.
That was a great moment.
That was a good game, but 16 Oregon was the highlight of Mike Riley's career.
I disagree. I think Michigan State
of the two that were there, that or the UCLA Bowl.
Yes.
Number 2 had to stretch. Who is that? Is that Josh? You had to take 2017.
Yeah, because remember that was my last pick, and I did that in honor of you, Jack.
There wasn't a lot to choose from.
No.
Kind of like with the Scott Frost pick. There wasn't much to choose from.
By the way, John, my wife, she was looking at the picks today, and she said that we should not have allowed you to pick the 2022 Iowa game because Scott
but
Frost
she
did
wasn't here to rule. We decided
to-
together. I would have chosen differently, but we decided together. I mean,
Yeah,
are we
true.
just going to pretend like Mickey Joseph didn't exist?
Yeah. I mean, listen, assuming that rule's okay, you beat me on that one. I had 2021 Northwestern. You had 2022 Iowa, 2022 Iowa.
And then Jack does win the Colorado over Pinstripe Bowl from last year. This is actually a lot more even than I thought it was originally.
No, it's a clear 5-2 decision in my favor. Clearly, 5-2.
By the way, so a few minutes ago, Dave Fight said, "Show me the famous poster that was made after the 2001 Notre Dame game."
There was one.
So how about this? Shout out to listener Kevin, who has a photo of the 2001 Notre Dame game.
Oh my God! Look, it's a red out in a stadium that's always red. Amazing.
Hey, I said it on Wednesday. That is the most red the stadium has ever been. Like 2 people wore white shirts.
And you know what? The 2000 Notre Dame game was the most red that stadium's ever been.
That's hilarious. I bet there are 10 famous posters from that game. I bet they made.
Hey, listen.
I
How
bet
good can this poster be?
for a room with 2001 Notre Dame poster.
John, are you about to crap on a poster with the American flag? All right, continue. What are you going to say?
No. I was going to say it's missing the picture of me riding up the elevator with Rush Limbaugh. That's my memory of that day. We were on a crowded elevator, and I look over. It's like, hey, that's Rush Limbaugh. And this was right after they had the whole deal with the hearing. So I thought, I wonder if he could hear me.
Wow.
That's honestly the most I remember from that game.
Nebraska dominated the first quarter.
Yeah, they did. I mean, it wasn't a memorable game.
I was also a student during that game, so that helped, in just like giving me very positive vibe memories.
Jack, I've been triggered about this draft for 2 days because my first pick was 97 Missouri. I could have gotten that as the last pick in the whole draft. I should have picked 2001 Oklahoma. My whole board would have been a whole lot better. I screwed up. We got to do another draft at some point so I can do a better job.
Kind of, a little surprised by some of you guys' strategy in this thing. Not wanting you guys to be GMs of my favorite teams going forward.
Well, yeah, if you had me as your GM, you'd win.
Like literally second place. But
I won. I mean, anyone who knows their history. But we'll stand on that. Remember the website, KLIN.com/walk. 2 weeks from today, Jack's going for his walk of shame, and you can help with Morning Hope, the donations, and challenge Jack, humiliate him, make him listen to things, make him do things, make him wear things.
Yes. So spend your time thinking about it this week, and maybe you guys can present me some like next Friday. We'll see.
Jack,
right?
I just came up with an idea. Do you want me to save it for next Friday?
You can give me let's kind of light the fire, the pilot light and get it going here. What is it?
You have to come up with a 3-paragraph thesis on why Valentino's pizza is actually horrible.
Jeez.
Well, how is he going to do that?
I don't know. I mean,
give a
right, and they have to say it to me. I will be there on the phone, and you have to say these words into a microphone, and we'll air it on 1620 The Zone.
Just let's make sure they're not a corporate sponsor of it.
All right, I'll workshop it a little bit more.
Yeah, you might.
Okay, I'll do what I can.
Or maybe
don't worry, they don't sponsor The Zone because of all the things I've said about them in the past.
Yeah.
Maybe you make him eat a slice every mile.
Oh, man. That's the other one I don't think I'm going to do is eating related ones. I don't think I'll be doing those.
Understandably so.
Yeah.
Well, as much as you're walking, and we're not talking like the big triangle game day slice. We're just talking about the square, the party cut slice.
Oh, okay.
I think you might be able to do it if it wasn't like a supreme, like it was just like a pepperoni or something.
25
small pieces. Yeah, you might be able to do
John, that is a lot of pizza.
It is, but he's walking a lot of miles.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's the exciting thing. Josh knows what this is like. The meal afterwards, that's going to be amazing. And, I'm not running it, Josh, but I weigh a lot more than you, and that means I burn a lot more calories than you. So
that's true.
Go.
That's science.
Yep.
Do you have your meal picked out yet? Do you know what you're going to have that night?
Valentino's, actually. So, that'll be great.
Oh.
You know what I'm going to have. I don't know. Everything. maybe a little something from everything. We'll see.
I like it. I like it.
He's got to figure out the walk first. So again,
Yep.
KLIN.com/walk. We'll talk more about it next week. Enjoy your show. Our offer is still there. If you just want to simulcast the Grum and, have the day off before Nebraska baseball, the offer's on the table.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll offer that up.
Yeah, pop on if you want to join the stream and we can just do the show together. The happy hour will be on the air. We'll have a great time.
All right. We'll see if I can make that happen.
All right.
All right.
Bye, Jack.
There he is. Jack Mitchell, KLIN. And again, if you're missing it, Nebraska baseball won't start until at least 6 o'clock tonight.
Bummer.
Looking up here. Oh, I don't see Arkansas up there yet. I saw they took the lead. It was 3-2, but Texas is up big. Miami's up early. Louisville's up big. And that's all I got right now on the old Octobox. But all right, coming up, we've got Kent's Movie Club.
Nice.
And it's 100 days, as of yesterday, to NFL football. Someone decided to make 100 bold predictions. We're gonna look at a couple that we think are exciting and a couple that we don't think are exciting.
All right.
Next on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back here to Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, zonetv.live, Zone mobile app. We'll get to the NFL stuff in the next segment because we're a little long there with Jack.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll be our Jacob Bigelow Memorial offseason football topic of the day. We'll also update you on the latest war of words going on in the college football cluster.
Nice.
That will be coming up as well. Just wanted to say a couple of things. First off, thanks to all my colleagues for showing up last night at the Oscars. It was very nice of you to be there and support me in my losing effort, as I was nominated for Sports Media Person of the Year. A very deserving winner. There's no shame in losing to Anna Bellinghausen of Hurrdat Media, who does just an amazing job. And I almost think that there isn't a sporting event that exists that she's not covering around these parts.
Yeah, seriously.
She seems to be everywhere. So no shame in losing, but I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my colleagues from the Zone for showing up last night and being there to support me, and even put an advertisement in the program that Josh conveniently ignored so that he could try to get free wings from Oscars.
No, John, that was a photo. I was tweeting out a photo of you, John.
I saw first thing I saw was the advertisement for Oscars.
Well, we're always hungry, John. We appreciate you're welcome for going.
Yeah, of course, John.
What do we have to say to those colleagues who didn't show up and support you? Any words for those people? Like Connor Happer, for example. Where was he? Where was Connor?
That's true.
Where was Connor?
He has no excuse.
None.
He could have driven up here from Fayetteville and driven back and still been there in plenty of time for the game today.
Yeah, game's not coming up for a few more hours yet.
Yeah, he could still be technically driving right now if he wanted to.
Exactly.
But congratulations to all the winners last night of the various awards. And the Hall of Famers. Kyle Peterson inducted into the Hall of Fame last night, the Omaha Sports Hall of Fame, among many others. But it was a really cool event. The Omaha Sports Commission does a great job of putting that on. And yes, even having mashed potatoes on the buffet, which was an interesting choice.
But tasty. A tasty choice.
I wish I would have seen them.
Yeah, sorry, Nick.
I love mashed potatoes. That's a top 5 food for me.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, Nick.
It's fine. I had vanilla Chex Mix.
It was good. All right, so we'll come back and 100 days to the NFL. Connor Orr of SI.com did 100 different bold predictions.
Or what?
And we've isolated a few that we would be excited about and others that we wouldn't be so excited about as we celebrate nearing the start of the National Football League season. That, then Kent's Movie Club with Con Air, the movie this week on 1620 The Zone.
I don't know how far he went, so I'm just going to back out of it without saying anything that would ruin our relationship.
Everything's football brand. We're sitting here in Omaha, Nebraska, talking about college basketball. And there are people employed by your radio station that have been itching to talk about spring practice the last 2 weeks because they think that that's relevant and that's what needs to be talked about in the month of March. Dude, it's football season. It's March. Crimea River. Like, yeah, it's a football conference. Yeah, it's football. They care. Football. Give me all the Kool-Aid for sure. My apologies.
It is the Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason Football topic of the day. Yesterday, it was the 100th day mark to the start of the NFL season. Connor Orr of SI.com did 100 bold predictions for this year. I'll just mention this one off the top because I'm guessing it's not on either one of our lists.
Okay.
Well, it might be on your not excite list.
Oh, the Super Bowl?
Yeah, he picks the Bills over the Eagles in the Super Bowl. I guess you'd be happy with the Eagles losing, but it would require them to get back to another Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'd be stressed about the game. I mean, if you could guarantee today that the Bills will beat the Eagles, sure. Though, honest, I mean, not like my wife's going to be in a great mood after that. So let's just have them lose earlier in the playoffs. That sounds terrible. But I'd be happy for the Bills. I know that you hate them, but I'd be happy for the Bills. I'd be very happy for Josh Allen. That'd be cool. He's the player that I want, non-Cowboy, that I want to win the Super Bowl the most. That is currently
let's start with the ones the predictions we would not be excited if they came true.
I mean, honestly, anything Eagles related that was good, and there was a lot of Eagles. Whether it was this one winning the NFC East, et cetera, like those are ones that John, I'm tired. I'm tired. So I don't want any of those to happen. Those were the ones that came up. Though I guess I will say this, and not to step on I'm okay with this one. Jason Kelce leaving ESPN to join the Eagles in some capacity sounds great to me. I do not like Jason Kelce on the halftime show and not like I watch a ton of it, right? Like it's on because I'm in the living room and the football is on. I don't think he does a really good job though. For as much hype as he had coming in via the podcast, I don't think he's done like a super, super great job on ESPN. But maybe I'm just a hater.
One of those that I didn't like, and now again, some of Connor's predictions were somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but this one has at least something based in reality because it has been talked about. And his prediction was that the NFL will float a trial balloon for a draft lottery.
Yeah, that was interesting.
And now, he basically wrote a funny anecdote about how it might happen. But to me, I don't want a draft lottery. And I think in the NFL, I don't want to say it's tank-proof, but I think it's less tank-likely than a lot of other sports, especially the NBA. I do not want a draft lottery. We already see the drama that happens with the draft lottery and the allegations of it being rigged and certain teams getting certain favors. If you don't think that same kind of nonsense won't come to the NFL, whether you believe in the rigging or you don't believe in the rigging, just the fact that it would be talked about, I don't want any part of that. I think what the NFL has is fine. You line up the teams. And the other thing is, too, in the NFL, they trade a lot more draft picks than a lot of other leagues do. So a lot of times the team that that would have the number one overall pick or a high number one overall pick, like the Atlanta Falcons, traded theirs away the year before. So they don't even have it in the first place. So there's no benefit to them in necessarily tanking. So I want nothing to do with the draft lottery in the NFL.
Fair.
Keep it as is.
Another one I didn't like, and this is because of the style of music. Number 19, the Super Bowl halftime show will feature a veritable slop of new country artists.
Wow.
No, what are you
hating
on
American music?
Are you in on country now, John?
No, I'm not in on country, but it is funny that we've never really had a country act. We had that boom. We had that boom back in the 2000s, the country music boom. And I'm surprised we didn't get a Garth Brooks or, one of the biggest stars in country music to do the halftime show.
No, we don't need that.
I don't watch the halftime show anyway, so it wouldn't bother me.
Yeah.
But I understand your point.
Mm-hmm.
One I don't like, and this is kind of branching off of you and anything Eagles positive.
Yeah.
Connor thinks the 49ers will win 12 games this year.
I saw that, yes.
Most generous schedule in football, coupled with the healthy return of Christian McCaffrey. That is not one I am signing off on. I do think the 49ers will be better than they were last year, but America needs nothing with them winning 12 games and being a Super Bowl contender again.
Mm-hmm.
One other one that I didn't like, he says, we will actually watch Olympic-style flag football and realize it's not really football. Now, again, part of that's tongue-in-cheek, but I don't know about you, Josh. I have zero interest. Of course, I have zero interest in watching the Olympics anyway, but just because you're dressing it up and calling it football and putting in the Olympics is not going to fool me into wanting to watch it.
Couldn't agree more. That was one that I was lockstep agreement on or disagreement. I just don't care. I just do not care at all about the Olympics and flag football.
Did you have any more that you don't want to see come true?
No, I didn't. I wanted to get to one that did want to see come true. This was perhaps my favorite of them all because it was a bouncing around of serious and fun. This was awesome. Amid a culture rebuild centered around selflessness, Jets coach Aaron Glenn will forcibly retire Jumbotron diva and attention hog Fireman Ed. That was a great sentence, first of all, and an even better idea. If that were to happen from Aaron Glenn, he would become my favorite coach in the NFL.
What do you have against Fireman Ed?
He's an attention hog. He is so obnoxious. If he wasn't a firefighter, everyone would hate that guy. But people like John feel this need to kind of respect them because they save us.
We like firefighters. Firefighters
okay,
are
first
the
of
cool
all,
ones.
I didn't even know he was a real firefighter. I just thought it was just the
Stolen Valor firefighter. That would make him an even worse human being.
Who's watching Jets games anyway?
I mean, they're on
to
TV
even
sometimes.
notice him. They're hardly, even when they're on TV, you're hardly paying attention because they're getting blown out or it's just a bad football game. Also, I mean, I don't know. He doesn't get shown that much for me.
He's terrible.
He's never bothered me. He's not nearly as annoying as that one Cowboys fan that used to wipe his head with the other team's, pennants back in the day. That guy used to annoy me.
I don't know that guy. I'll tell you a Cowboys fan that I despise just to do equal opportunity. That dork who wears the big ass helmet every game. I hate that man.
Yeah.
That guy sucks.
Are you
I'll
sure
tell you
you're
which
not
Cowboy
actually...
fan annoys me. All of them.
John.
Wow.
I'm your friend. You just thanked me for coming to your award last night.
Are you sure all of this thing that you're saying about Fireman Ed isn't actually how you feel about Sister Jean, but you don't want people to think that you actually say that about Sister Jean?
I hate Sister Jean, and I'm happy to tell the whole world, Nick. She sucks.
Well, one that I would be excited for.
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford will top 4,000 passing yards for the first time since 2021.
I wonder why John would be happy about that one.
I'd be very happy about that. I didn't realize, 2021, I guess that was a very good year, by the way. But with Devontae Adams, listen, if Devontae Adams can unlock a better deep passing threat, I am all in.
Oh, interesting.
All in. He had another prediction, too. I didn't put it on this list.
Yeah.
But he also predicted he thought the Rams would try to make a big trade for an offensive.
I saw that one,
an offensive playmaker, at the trade deadline. My question would be, who would it be? And what would they be going
Tyreek
after?
Hill.
I don't know. Possibly.
Speaking of Tyreek Hill, I'm going to do a twofer for you, John, because numbers 23 and 24 had to do with win totals. Number 23, the Cardinals, Dolphins, and Commanders will fail to surpass their Vegas projected win totals. I don't like it because of Nick, but I like it because his next one was the Cowboys, Jets, Seahawks, Raiders will surpass their Vegas win totals. If the Cowboys are over and the Commanders are under, I mean, yes, the Commanders are 9.5, the Cowboys are 7.5, so technically the Commanders could still have 9 and Cowboys could have 8, but most likely that would mean Dallas finishes second in the NFC East.
So
that'd be cool.
Upsets me the most about this is I can cautiously subscribe to it.
Of course, the Dolphins are going to be poo-poo again,
They're
I
bad.
think, this year. Yeah, not going to be good.
Here was one I thought I would be excited for.
Okay.
At least 2 NCAA head coaches will receive serious overtures for NFL jobs.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Interesting. And the reason I'd be excited for this, I just, I'd like to hear the rumors. And
yes, it's fun. It's interesting.
And some of the names he mentions are Sarkisian, Marcus Freeman, Ryan Day, Matt Campbell, Deion Sanders, and Lincoln Riley. That would be a real interesting one.
Who wants Lincoln Riley anymore? It's not. It's not multiple years ago.
I mean,
right?
that would be a rich man's Caleb Kingsbury. Because at least Lincoln Riley did something in college football, unlike Kingsbury.
It's been a while.
And then he ended up in the NFL. That would be interesting to see if he would be on that list. Certainly Deion. I mean, anytime Deion's involved in something, it's going to draw a ton of attention. If Matt Campbell made the jump from Iowa State to a pro team, what would that mean Iowa State did this year?
That would mean they are a playoff team, most likely, or at very least a strong contender.
But I kind of like that train of thought. It'd be kind of interesting to hear because the whole NCAA, college football to the NFL pipeline had kind of dried up a little bit because people got a little cold feet after the Urban Meyer disaster. But Jim Harbaugh's had success now. And Chip Kelly's back in the league.
It's about the right guys. It's about
Yes.
the right guys who can handle everything. I like this one because it's a take that I've already had for a while, and then maybe everyone would be on my side. Schedule release videos will become a corporatized Disney-fied chopped salad of nothingness. Those videos suck, and everybody needs to get on my side.
Well, they don't suck yet.
I'll give you another one, John. Drew Brees,
right.
Marshall Yanda, and Larry Fitzgerald will be voted in as Hall of Famers.
Yes!
Interesting.
Yes!
Yeah, big-ass Larry.
Larry Fitzgerald.
But more importantly, no Eli Manning
My
yet
first
again.
favorite football player. The reason I like catches, really good acrobatic catches.
And big butts.
I don't know. I've never seen his button like that's big.
It's a huge butt.
This was more of a whimsical one, but I wouldn't mind seeing it. A late season New York Giants game will feature 38 carries from 4th round draft pick Cam Scatterbo.
Nice.
I would love to see that. I would love to see a running back again have 38 carries in an NFL game, especially Cam Scatterbo, because he was fun to watch last year.
That'd be a good one. John, this was one that I found interesting. Not like I'm rooting for it, but an executive from the Oklahoma City Thunder will be hired by an NFL team. I always am curious as to why and when that happens, where they bring in somebody from a franchise in an entirely different sport. We saw the Browns do this a few years ago. Did they bring in a baseball guy that they hired a part of their staff?
Baseball.
I think they did.
I think so.
It didn't really work well, but it was still interesting nonetheless.
By the way, before we get to the last one here, I have a challenge for Connor Happer. I just was looking up here at the squeeze play.
Yeah.
John Daly is at the Arkansas game.
Oh.
Connor Happer needs to get John Daly on the broadcast tonight.
Also, speaking of baseball, John, the Nebraska-Oklahoma game just got pushed back another 30 minutes. Toby Rowland, who is the voice of the Sooners, said it is going to start now at 6:35. That's the plan, at least.
Okay.
That's the plan, so keep an eye on that one.
All right. The last prediction of Connor Orr that it would be exciting if it happened, and that's because it will happen. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce will call it.
I figured you'd like that one.
Oh, congrats to Taylor, by the way. She made enough money from the Eras Tour to buy back her full catalog. So she doesn't have to do the Taylor version
great.
things
So
anymore.
the rich get richer. Cool.
Well, it's about having the rights to her music, John.
That is cool to have the rights to her music.
That weirdo doesn't own them anymore, so she doesn't. That's why she was releasing the Taylor's version of
Now
the
she
albums.
puts them all in the back of a U-Haul truck and then drives it into the ocean. Would all the music not exist anymore?
Well, no, it's the rights, John. The music is there; it exists.
Oh, cool. I actually saw someone had a tearful video who was so happy for Taylor that she got her music back. It's
That
like
tracks.
these people are freaks.
Don't call Nick a freak.
I mean, I'm happy that she has the rights to her art back, but I don't.
Cry
I'm
about
not
it?
going to get upset about it or happy. Tears
Yeah.
of joy, big tears in my eyes.
But did you have tears of joy about Con Air, Nick?
I have takes about Con Air.
There might have been some tears, all right. We'll discuss in Movie Club next with Kent Walgamon of Lincoln Journal-Star on 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to go where no radio program has gone before. Oh, Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. Elkins Club. It's Elkins Movie Club.
With Kent Wogamon of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Kent, happy Friday. How's your week been?
The week has been okay, but the reason I was so late in getting in here is I just got out of a 2.5-hour screening of a movie from Georgia, the Republic of, about a fortune doctor. Maybe the slowest paced movie I've seen in 10 years.
Oh my gosh, Ken. That sounds terrible.
It was
you liked
fun.
it.
It was not.
5 stars. 5 out of 5 stars.
Oh man. Oh, that doesn't sound good at all. Well, we'll try to spice things up a little bit with the quality movie that was Con Air. Now, of course, the person who suggested this, who was going to join us this week in the movie club, Connor Happer, who's down in Fayetteville following the Jays in the NCAA tournament, can't be here this week. So we have to defend this Drek for him.
Yeah.
Or talk about this Drek for him.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to take
this
who
was
wants
me.
to take the rule? Oh, this was your pick. I mean, you did surrender your pick to Connor.
Yeah. So I picked Con Air. So,
the movie now regrets.
yeah, this movie is 90s as hell, as we'll
yes.
We'll unpack it in a variety of ways. So, I mean, first of all, we do the general plot. Let's do the general plot.
Yep.
I almost want to spend a lot of time though on how he got arrested in the first place, because the first 5 minutes of this movie are insane. But Nicolas Cage's character commits involuntary manslaughter, and then he has to go to jail. 8 years later, for some reason, he's going to get on this plane with a bunch of like horrible people, like the worst of the worst. The Danny Trejo character is like a real big scumbag among many scumbags, because they have to fly these people to somewhere, but that's where he's got to be with them as he is getting out of jail. He has a bunny rabbit for his daughter. He's going to go there. He's going to give it to his daughter. But first, he has to hop on this plane with a bunch of monsters. Well, and over the course of this, John Malkovich, among others, takes hold of the plane, and off to the races we go, as Nicolas Cage's character is trying to do his best to not only survive, but also play well with the real bad guys, but then also get away at the end. They pick up a Hannibal Lecter type Steve Buscemi character about halfway through the movie. That's Connor. How did I do, Ken, in explaining what the hell this plot is of this movie?
Well, you did pretty well, given that the plot is like, this is a totally preposterous. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Totally.
Yeah, this isn't like plot holes like Swiss cheese. This is like plot holes like a black hole.
This is like multiple cannonballs went through a boat kind of plot.
Oh yeah, it's just sinking to the bottom of the ocean.
So, I mean, and not to pick, but it starts with the very, very first scene that you were talking about.
Ridiculous.
Beyond being lunatic-y, he ends up in federal prison for a murder charge. You don't end up in federal prison on a manslaughter charge. You end up in the pen right down the street from my house, right? It's a state charge. So he would have never been in federal prison to begin with.
And real quick, how about the guy too being mad about Vietnam? Like, what? It's the 90s. What are you? You're like a 30-year-old. Why are you mad at me? Like me being mad about, like early 90s wars that America was doing and getting mad at some troop about it. Didn't make any sense.
Why we lost this with Desert Storm.
Yeah, Desert Storm. Nice job there, buddy.
So, yes, what this movie really is pure Jerry Bruckheimer.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was him. This may have been the Bruckheimer apex. This movie followed The Rock, right? Same basic kind of movie, right?
It did. Yes, it did.
And it's Bruckheimer. By the time 5 years after this, the nature of the action movie had changed because of the computers started coming in, right? This is all old school action, right? And that's what Bruckheimer's specialty was, right? Over the top action. And by God, they were going to do it from the time they land the plane in Carson City and pick up Buscemi to the end. It's just nonstop, sort of non sequitur action. It's just, okay, this doesn't really attach to this other thing, but who cares? You know, it was, I will clean this up for our radio listeners, but
yes,
you remember the Burt Reynolds movie? Was it Burt Reynolds? Yeah, Cannonball Run.
Yes,
I still need to see that movie.
That movie is based on an article that maybe the best auto writer of the 60s and 70s, a guy named Brock Yates, wrote. And Brock did the screenplay for the movie. And he made a serious movie out of his article. And he was on the set, and they weren't making the movie that he wrote, you know, blah, blah, blah. So he went in to see the director, and the director listened to him complain. And then the director looked, and I can't remember who it was, but Yates, this is a famous Yates story. Director looked at him and said, Brock, F Art, let's go wreck some cars. That's
yeah, they did. By the way, Cannonball Run has far, far fewer plot holes than this movie does, but that's another story because I'm a big Cannonball Run guy. But anyway, yeah, I mean, it was hard because, I mean, listen, I didn't go into this thinking I was going to watch Shawshank, okay?
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting art. I wasn't expecting, I was expecting a good action movie, but even with a good action movie, I don't want to be insulted with all of these ridiculous scenarios that have to take place. I mean, the whole point, so they land this plane and when they're ready to pick up, was it Buscemi's character or whatever it was,
when they have all of the guards in the
they have the guards and Malkovich's character has taken on the role of one of the guards, right?
Yes.
And it's in a sandstorm, it's just a big old storm. And so, everyone's kind of masked up. And I mean, for this whole idea for these convicts to work, they would have had to expect that this sandstorm was going to be there. I mean, how did they know that was even possible? But then Malkovich pulls down his mask and it's like, wait a minute, you're talking to another federal agent and you're supposed to be this just terrible, murderer. This would be like if Jeffrey Dahmer escaped and a federal agent didn't recognize Jeffrey Dahmer. I mean, it's just like he's probably on the 10 most wanted list.
Or even that part too, where the whole reason they have to land in Carson City is to drop off a Nazi and a couple other guys. But at the beginning of the hijacking, the Nazi and the other guys just happen to get shot and killed. So they have to figure that out to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So convenient. Everything is just too convenient. Too convenient.
And these are not actual characters either. That's the other issue with this movie.
You talking about like the bad guys are just like turned up to 11?
They're just this bad guy. The Buscemi character. He's Hannibal Lecter, but he doesn't play him like Anthony Hopkins. He plays him as kind of a regular guy, but he's still. Oh, we see this. He's Hannibal Lecter. We know who he is. Danny Trejo, repugnant, right? The worst scum of all, right?
Yeah.
But that's all right? There's nothing behind the character. Even the Nicolas Cage character,
And his horrible accent.
Thank you, Josh.
That
I
accent.
was on my way to
Oh
say,
my
not
gosh.
only is it horrible, it's one of those perfect movie come and go accents. He's got
Oh my
it sometimes, sometimes he doesn't.
So I turned it on last night. My wife and I were on the couch, and she was just messing around on her phone. And she looks up at one point. And she's like, "What accent is he doing?" And I was like, "It is horrible."
It's rough.
Especially that first scene where he's writing the letters, and it's like 5 minutes of letters between him and his daughter was just one of the unintentionally funniest scenes I've seen in a while.
It was funny, but I mean, it was so bad. I thought, my God, this is Forrest Gump. And then lo and behold, guess who his best friend ends up being in prison? Michael T. Williamson, who played Bubba, Forrest Gump's best friend. I mean, the similarities are incredible. That was the I mean, it almost took me out of the movie from the very start. It's like, okay, listen, was it really necessary? I get it. There's a lot of things that we're picking apart, but was it really necessary to have him play a character who's from Alabama? And why couldn't Nick Cage just have done Nick Cage's voice?
Yeah.
I mean, was it really that central to the story that he's this guy from Alabama?
Can't you be from Alabama and not have a ridiculous accent?
Yes.
If he said he was from Alabama, he didn't have to do no accent.
No.
Nick Cage.
Or he'll just say he's from Chicago. Who cares?
Nick Cage.
Well, they're landing the plane in Alabama. That's their,
I know, but hell, they could
anyway.
have imprisoned him in Alabama. I don't know.
Nick Cage just felt so out of place in this movie. Like it didn't feel natural. Every time he was on the screen, even his general vibe and presence, it's just like that took me out of it too, which is inconvenient because he's the main character.
I'm so happy though. Like I've seen the meme of him with the hair and his smile for years, and so it happens at the beginning of the movie, and I felt like Leonardo DiCaprio in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood pointing at the screen. So that was really good. I will say this, Kent, the villains, like you said, they're all paper thin. There is something about John Malkovich, though. That guy is so magnetic as an actor, and we've done a couple of his movies now over the years. We did Being John Malkovich back in the early days of the movie club. I barely seen anything in him, and every time I watch a movie with him, I'm like, I need to go watch more John Malkovich stuff because that guy rocks.
Yeah, he does, and I've met him in Poison, as they say, and he's kind of got that magnetic attraction about him, just sitting and talking to him in a restaurant or whatever it was, was like, and it's so some of that's just natural, right? Not even acting, but man, when Being John Malkovich is brilliant, I think. He was also in one of the Dangerous Liaison movies that came out, and he's like really, it's this guy, only a little more civilized, shall we say, but still this, whoa.
Is he as he is on film? When you talk to him, what was he like just as a normal person?
Oh, he's hilarious for one thing, and really, really smart, and just but he still has that kind of visual magnetism or whatever you want to call it, right? That he has for movies, because he is kind of different in the way his whole persona, and his whole.
He seems intense.
Yeah. But when he's a normal guy, he's also not intensely dramatic or whatever. He's pretty intensely funny at times.
Yeah. We talked about it randomly, John, but the thing that he did for the AFC Championship game a few years ago when it was the Jags Patriots.
Yeah, that was really good.
That was so. Oh, and El Scorcho literally just mentioned that. He did the pregame video. Yeah, that thing was awesome.
It almost seemed like here's a guy who was up for a couple of Academy Awards prior to this, that this movie or a movie like this would have been beneath him.
Wrong again. This is a paycheck movie. This is a paycheck movie. All right. It's a paycheck movie for Cage. It's a paycheck movie for him. The rest of them were not yet established, right? Danny Trejo and Buscemi and stuff. Remember
young Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle. I was going to say, did you notice this movie did not kill Dave Chappelle's career? So that's
No, it didn't. No, but the movie killed Dave Chappelle, which was just another. I mean, we're not spoiling anything.
No.
Dave Chappelle gets crushed by the landing gear. Okay, so he's stuck up in the bay of the landing gear, and then they discover his body, and this horrible dummy that they've created of dead Dave Chappelle, which, by the way, he would not have looked like that. I mean, he would have been. It doesn't matter. But they drop the body, and the body happens to fall on top of this car as this guy's complaining about the birds that just crapped on his newly waxed car.
I just got it clean.
I was just like, oh my God. It was like they knew at this point, hey, we're in it for the laughs.
That was what I was just going to say when you said that. They knew this thing was a joke, and they went along with it, right? And in part, that's probably why some of the audience was attracted to it, right? Because it's played for, they don't play this seriously. That started with The Rock, by the way. The Rock is a little bit this way, and Con Air takes it to its sort of ridiculous zenith.
But I thought, Kent, not that we're reviewing The Rock, but I thought that was so much better because they did try to keep it serious. But how much of that was because Connery was in it?
That was because of Sean Connery, but it was still a kind of tongue-in-cheeky.
Yeah,
you know, they clearly made it. They knew they weren't making a real something that could happen in reality even with The Rock. Right. But yeah, I agree with that. But if you take that tone and then crank it up one more notch, you got On Air, and it's just like, okay, if you want to find this thing kind of a action movie joke, maybe it's entertaining, but that's all it is.
And how about too, Kent? I mean, I mentioned at the start, the very 90s movie. It goes, and the music it exists the whole time. Like it's never like a downtime for any conversation. It's just that music, and it's that 90s that you get so often after like some of the quips and the jokes that the characters make.
But how about at the end? So, and again, another just ridiculous, action movie plot hole. But here, this plane is crash landed in the middle of the Vegas Strip, with a bunch of escaped cons on it, and then magically, oh look, they're able to bus in Nick Cage's wife and daughter into this middle of this scene. So he sees them from afar, and then the terrible what was that? Was it the what was it? Was it How Do I Live? Was that the song? Yeah, just the terrible version of How Do I Live Without You is playing, and it was just like, oh my God, this that was hilarious.
Even that, we're on the same wavelength of the stupid stuff there, John. I'm watching this now. How did they get there? How did they know they were going to crash in Las Vegas? How?
And by the way, the airport is right next to the Strip. So they could have landed at it's not like, oh, we're not going to make it because the airport's too far away. The airport is literally right off the Vegas Strip.
Mm-hmm. Having never flown into Vegas, that's perfect.
Yeah, no, it is. It is right
there.
Freaking there. I mean, the MGM is like, a mile away. It's ridiculous. But anyway, that's
even
what
better.
A movie.
That makes it even better. Even more ridiculous.
Oh God. Oh, Con Air. And what did Connor? This is like one of his.
It's one of his favorite
go-tos.
movies.
I think it is his
So how about
favorite
this
movie.
from Stibbs a little bit earlier? He said, "All of this is true, and the movie is still perfect."
It does seem extremely Stibbs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It definitely seems like one where, like, if you go in with the right mood, you're going to have a good. And not that I went in with a bad mood. I thought it was going to be pretty ridiculous, but it was even more ridiculous than I was expecting.
I mean,
in a lot of ways.
the movie's not in the same vein of this, but when we were growing up, there were movies like The Toxic Avenger, like, for example, that were just absolutely ridiculous and dumb and had more plot holes than anything, and yet we still loved them anyway. For people who I can see where people would see this movie in the same vein, where they acknowledge all of its faults, but it's still entertaining because it's over the top, it's ridiculous, and it's just silly.
It definitely is all of those things.
But it doesn't ever need to be seen twice.
No.
Unless you're
No,
Happer, apparently.
Unless you're
And it's on
Horse
TBS
Gibbs.
or
Horse
TNT
Gibbs.
for
All
the
these people.
500th time.
Hey, Kent, before we get to Nick's pick, I figured we'd throw this out there. We never talk about new movies anymore, but Why Not Hoiberg wanted to know about the Phoenician Scheme. He says this is the first Wes Anderson movie in years that looks intriguing. Have you seen the Phoenician Scheme yet?
Not yet, no.
I saw a trailer for it when I saw Mission Impossible. No, when I saw the Friendship last
And
weekend.
I
They
saw
showed
a trailer for it with Ethos.
I am not going to see the Phoenician Scheme. No, thank you.
I might see it when it's streaming somewhere, but I don't want to go.
I'm not into Wes Anderson's vibe.
It's very hit or miss for me.
Yes, I am on the hit or miss cycle with Nick, and I think I will be seeing that masterpiece maybe next week. I would recommend Sinners.
Yes,
I need to
Sinners
see Sinners.
rocks, especially on the big screen. Go see it on the big screen.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's one I would highly recommend. So,
Kent, have you seen Friendship yet? The Tim Robinson movie?
Monday.
Okay, I look forward to your thoughts. Maybe we can talk about it for a few minutes next week. I loved it.
Yeah,
I can't stop thinking about
it. The New York Times had it on their best of the year so far list.
Yeah, kind of like, we were just talking about with Wes Anderson. If you like Tim Robinson's vibe, then I think you'll like Friendship. If you don't, then you're probably gonna hate it.
Fair enough.
So that'd be my pitch.
Well, as I look at the calendar now, we'll have a movie next week, and then after that, we're going to have a couple of weeks off because of the College World Series.
Correct.
Well, actually,
just one tech.
I'll have a couple of weeks off because I won't be here that second week. But Nick is the next pick.
Yes, I am.
So this is for next week. This is the first
This
Friday
is for
of June.
next Friday. Yes, next Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So I had the movie that I wanted to pick for about a month now.
It's actually funny you mention it, Nick, because it was mentioned in the chat a little bit early on.
Was.
Somebody, here it is from Baymon. Con Air is no Big Trouble in Little China, that's for sure.
And Big Trouble in Little China was going to be my pick, and I asked Josh about it on Amazon. It leaves tomorrow.
Yeah, literally, if you go to the webpage, it says it leaves in 36 hours.
And that makes me so angry because I've been wanting to revisit this movie forever, but it's never streaming.
Nick, you can watch it yourself.
I'm probably going to watch it tonight.
All right, there you go.
That being said, I was scrolling through Paramount Plus to look for other movies that I've been interested in that I haven't seen that I think would be good, and I came across Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon,
which is on
Paramount Plus.
There you go.
I've heard very good things about this movie.
Never seen this movie.
I've heard people like it.
This is the sort of the this is the first one of these Chinese martial arts, magical flying around kind of movies that was sort of hit the American audience, and it's very good.
It won the Oscar for Best Picture.
Nice.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that until I looked it up today.
No, I've definitely heard of it, and I know people said that they like it. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's very good. I guarantee you guys will like this one.
Oh, hell yeah.
Awesome.
We got the Kent guarantee.
All right. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Paramount Plus, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Paramount Plus. Thanks to Jalen Brunson, we got one more NBA playoff game, and we won't have to take almost a week off. Will they make it? Will they make it to 7?
If they make it to 7, then New York's going to make it to the finals.
You think they're going to make it all the way back if they get to 7?
If they make it to the 7, this is tomorrow night, right? Not afternoon.
Yes,
It's
correct.
night. It's put up or shut up time for Indiana. This is, if they don't win this game at home, they are not going to go to the Garden and win the game 7. I think this has been a really interesting series. Last night was probably the worst game of the bunch.
Yeah, easily.
Indiana didn't fire last night. I mean, they have to be relentless, right? That's their whole game. And they weren't, and they got zapped a little bit. But, if Halliburton has the game that he had, whatever night that would have been, like Tuesday night, when he was perfect, triple-double and no turnovers, which is mind-boggling.
Crazy.
Then I think they win, and I think this is going to be if you're going to get me on the hook here for the finals, since they will just
have started by the time we talk next. Yeah.
Next Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
But by the time we're back again, they'll be over because I think it's Oklahoma City in 5, no matter who.
Gentlemen's sweep.
Yep, no matter who they play.
Yeah, you might be right on that one. All right, Kent's Movie Club. Next week we'll be back with Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Kent, have a great weekend.
You do the same.
Thank you,
All
Kent.
right. There he is, Kent Woldemont of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Sorry, Happer, we tore your movie apart.
Yeah, he tweeted at me. He says, "Sounds like you guys loved it."
It was so stupid. It was so stupid.
Yes, it was.
I get, but I'll say this: if I would have seen it then, I probably would have liked it.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot.
I like stupid movies, but this was
I did
just
too.
It was a little too much.
Maybe you were up too late. You were a little cranky.
I was kind of cranky.
And how did all these prisoners know these things about other prisoners?
John,
It's
prisoner
like they
internet.
didn't. But it's
Prison Net.
First of all, it's 1997. They didn't have.
They had Nick's dad's internet.
Nick's dad's internet. But with these guys who were probably going to be in like maximum security, they weren't getting any news.
What really pissed me off a little bit, not really. What kind of bugged me a lot was when they were in
kind of bugged you a lot.
Yep. In what's his face's cell, and they're like, "What's this? Powder." And then a whole brick is just what, styrofoam? How?
Incredible.
There's a camera right there. They were looking at them on the camera in the cell. It was right there.
Tim says it would very much seem like a movie John would defend if he would have seen it in theaters. Yeah, this is like the.
I would have. Oh, I would have.
It's like the
Absolutely.
QT movie you like.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Real quick, upsets today. East Carolina beat Florida. That's a 3-2.
Nice.
Cincinnati beat Wake Forest, a 3-2. Texas ended up winning. Louisville ended up winning. North Carolina ended up winning. The Nebraska game will start at 6:36, according to the latest information from Chapel Hill, because they're dealing with some weather. Arkansas is up 6-2 in the 7th right now, so they are in control. But West Virginia has come back to tie Kentucky, and Alabama is coming back on Miami. So quite a few games going on right now. We'll keep you up to date. And, of course, Creighton baseball tonight, 7 o'clock first pitch, 6:45 airtime, right here on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for WhatMakesUs.com, brought to you by the Wellbeing Partners. We are really, really close now to the month of May coming to a close. Tomorrow, last day of the month, so the end of Mental Health Awareness Month, but that doesn't mean that you have to stop thinking about it. Whether it is your life, whether it is somebody in your life, there are people that are going through mental health issues every single day, and just being there, just talking about it helps reduce the stigma that surrounds mental health. I have been saying it for the last month. I've been going to therapy since the end of 2017. It has been so important for me. My next appointment's actually coming up next week, and it has been really valuable. Sometimes I go in there with big things to talk about, tough issues that I'm dealing with, and just need someone to listen to me or perhaps some advice. Other times, it's just kind of the day-to-day minutia of it all, but it's still nice to have somebody in my life that I can talk about that with. Maybe you need that. Maybe you need something more than that. A variety of ways that you can manage and treat your mental health conditions, whether it's going to therapy, perhaps it's taking medication, maybe it's just something as simple as getting outside. And right now, as we finish up the month, you can go share your story online at 1620thezone.com and submit a photo on how you focus on your well-being and practice self-care. It's whatmakesus.com, brought to you by the Wellbeing Partners.
Back here on the Grum. John, Josh, and Nick with you here this afternoon. Scott Docterman will join us here at the bottom of the hour. He is, of course, of The Athletic, covers a lot of the Big Ten, and had a chance to get a little bit inside the selection process for the television schedule that we revealed to you yesterday, featuring many of the games around college football. And, of course, Scott will have a little insight on the Big Ten's television draft. We'll talk about that and also about how the conference has kept its mouth shut while the SEC has been spouting off. But that'll be coming up in a minute. Of course, all of this is happening while we're still waiting for Judge Wilkin to finalize the unsettlement. It's been a couple of weeks since, we last got any new information on this. And here we are. It's May the 30th. The revenue sharing era is supposed to officially start on July 1st.
Yeah, so a month from now.
1 month.
Yeah.
Troy Dannon, in an interview with Husker Extra, talked about some of the challenges and a couple of interesting things that came out of that interview, that he has been working with the collective, of course, 1890. He's met with all of his 24 sport program coaches and asked about what their needs were. And Dannon said cash is what everybody thinks about, but there's a plan to add scholarships. Over the next couple of years, we'll add 36 scholarships across the sports that are not getting revenue share dollars up front. So how I read that is the translation. Obviously, there's the $20.5 million of revenue share that each school has the ability to offer to their student athletes. Most of that money is going to go to football. The next big chunk is going to go to men's basketball. And then whatever is left will be divvied out to other sports based on how they see fit. Obviously, there's going to be sports like the one we're watching right now, college baseball. Some schools, maybe they'll have a bigger revenue share pool, but other schools who don't prioritize baseball as much, maybe not. But one thing that baseball could benefit with is more scholarships, because now, assuming that the settlement goes through, it won't be scholarship limits anymore. It'll be roster limits. And for baseball, you'll have 35 roster spots. You could fully scholarship all 35 of those spots if you wish.
Which is way different compared to what they've been living throughout the
correct, because they used to have
time.
to split up 11.7 scholarships.
Correct, yeah.
So what I think Dannon is saying here is, okay, and I'll just use, I don't know if he's talking about baseball specifically, but because baseball's on the top of our mind right now, and it's pretty easy math, Nebraska, theoretically, Nebraska baseball won't get a whole lot of revenue share, but what they will get are more scholarships, which is a reward, certainly.
Yes,
it's more of a reward than they've ever had before.
Way different.
That's some of the areas where they may be able to offset this. I suppose track and field, wrestling,
sports that have not had
softball.
A whole lot of scholarships prior.
Correct.
And we talked about this. You were gone, John, so it was probably sometime during the basketball season. But we had Farron on, and it was around the time of a variety of reporting coming out. And I asked him that question, and it was kind of like that. Some schools are going to decide we're going to go in on the rev share. Others are going to decide we're going to give you a scholarship, and then maybe you can pick up some NIL money, in the process as well. Either way, like the baseball players, I think, are going to be in a much better position than they have ever been before, especially when they're at schools that are going to fully fund the scholarships or at the very least give them rev share. But yeah, it is wild that, remember, John, the national championship, the men's basketball national championship was on April the 7th. And that was this day that was looked at for months as like, let's see what happens on April the 7th. Everything is going to change after that. And that's almost 2 months ago now. That's 2 months ago this next weekend. So it's crazy that we're still waiting on some sort of an answer at this moment in time.
One of the other things Dan had mentioned, and this goes back to how, money might be distributed. For some schools, I would certainly say a lot of these SEC and ACC schools that we're watching this weekend, baseball is going to get a lot more attention. At schools like Nebraska, volleyball is going to get a lot more attention. Dannon said about volleyball, we will have, I think, most likely the largest sum of revenue share money directed to volleyball of anyone in the country. Now, that makes sense. The one thing about revenue share is institutions will, I think, use it to bolster areas of excellence. There's not enough revenue share dollars to invest in 24 sports, but everyone's going to find their areas of excellence and figure it out. How do you invest in it? I would not be shocked. Volleyball will, I think, will have 7 figures of revenue share.
I think so as well.
At Nebraska.
That is what I've heard.
But other schools, it may not be much. It may be much less or none at all, and they might decide. Everyone's going to have to pick and choose.
Yep.
And of course, the real mystery in a lot of this is as the business of college athletics changes, and you start to figure out, well, how are we going to fund all this new money? Because remember, this is a line item that's never been in their budget before. So where do we make cuts? Oklahoma earlier this week announced that they were cutting staff, that there would be people inside the athletic department that would be let go so that they could redirect some of that money to areas where they need it. In some places, it might be cutting sports.
Mm-hmm.
And some schools already, I think it was Purdue Fort Wayne. If I'm mistaken, I apologize, but I think it was Purdue Fort Wayne that dropped baseball and softball here just in the last week or so. And you're going to see a lot of schools seriously consider cutting back on sports as part of this as well because of the way everything has changed. Will it be, a massive cuts? I don't know. But for schools unlike Nebraska, who claim that they already have the $20.5 million fully funded, they may have to consider, letting some sports go. So we'll see where it ends up. But as of right now, technically, there is no settlement.
That's true.
It's still sitting in a court's hands. Coming up next, Scott Docterman of The Athletic. We'll talk some Big Ten television and other items of note coming up next on 1620 The Zone. Back here on 1620 The Zone, Scott Docterman of The Athletic, friend of the Grum, who has been busy this week following the television release dates and the times and all the networks, and wrote an interesting article about the draft process, joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Scott, happy Friday to you. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
I know we talk about this a lot when we talk about the TV selection process. Do you think this draft, because the NFL is good at this, college football is getting good at this, will televise anything and everything tangentially surrounding their sport, that we'll ever see this televised draft in some way, shape, or form televised itself?
I wish. Something that we did discuss. Throughout it, I asked pretty much all the television executives, and then, they're like, yeah, sure, that'd be cool. And then one was like, look, it's really boring. I mean, we sit here for, they're not on site together. I think if they were in the same room, that would really add up. But in this case, I think that, they have so much downtime. They actually do the draft via email, even though they're all in their own little war rooms on their different campuses and what have you. But yeah, I would totally watch it. I told them, I told, I think the CBS or NBC, I said, hey, if I'll pay an extra amount from Peacock just to watch it. I don't, I already buy it. So they're like, I don't think.
Scott, before we get into like the nitty gritty of it, I'm curious, from what you have heard, how happy is everybody with the current state of the contract? Because like when you look at the SEC, for example, every game is either on ESPN or ABC or a family of ESPN network channel, right? So if the SEC network gets a bad game, not a big deal. ABC is probably going to have a good one, that week. But it's not that way with the Big Ten. And so when you have 3 over-the-air networks, sometimes, as we've talked about this week, NBC is going to get a rough matchup. CBS is going to get a rough matchup. Fox rarely gets a rough matchup. How happy do you think the parties are given the amount of money they're spending right now?
I think it's mixed reaction right now. I would say that they're not happy with the way the early season schedule lays out. If you look at, I think the Big Ten has only 5 games maybe that are non-conference games that they control. And for their TV partners, I mean, Texas, Ohio State obviously is off the charts, but then the other ones, Utah, UCLA, two teams that didn't make a bowl game, Oklahoma State, Oregon, which would have sounded good a couple of years ago, but Oklahoma State didn't even win a game in the Big 12, and those are the best ones. And almost everybody's playing, rum-dums, tomato cans in some respects. So they're really struggling that first couple of weeks, which is why NBC was thrilled to be able to put Texas A&M and Notre Dame in primetime in week 3, which is why there was they got, an exemption, the Fox did, from the Big Ten, because this year was the first year where they were required to have a Big Ten controlled game at big noon every week. But in week 2, there's nothing there that was able for them. And they were pretty much lined up to go with FIU, Penn State, and then finally kind of said, look, can we get Iowa State in that slot? I mean, we have a contract with the Big 12. It's a Big 10 team playing. It's a rivalry game. There's potential for Kirk Ferentz passing Woody Hayes that day. We want to set up big noon around it. Is there any way we can move it? And the Big Ten said, okay, we'll give you the exemption for that. But the Big Ten has to get better at this. And I think it's, whether it's moving more conference games up in the year, or it's forcing teams to play a good opponent, and making sure that it's not just one year where you have 5 games on the road against good teams and 0 at home, but having a good mix, and so that's something that they really need to take a look at in the future.
Yeah, I don't want to turn this towards the playoff conversation, which we can get to a little bit later, but certainly one of the things that's being discussed is, the strength of schedule. Nebraska pulled out of a series with Tennessee here in the last few months. If there might be more pressure put on by the television partners to, hey, you guys need to do a better job of beefing up these non-con schedules, because our September slate is rather weak, and we've got to fill. We definitely have to fill these 3 prime slots that we've promised these 3 network partners.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that has to be discussed at some point. It means moving some of these game, I mean, there should be no problem for the Big Ten teams to move their future schedules against a MAC opponent or an FCS opponent off week 1, 2, or 3 into a later part of the year if you're given an assurance that, okay, keep this one clear on October 24th or whatever, so you can move in a conference game early in the season. Because you look at that first week, and outside of Texas and Ohio State, I mean, just up and down the lineup. Nebraska's blessed to be playing in Kansas City that Thursday night, but that's a Big 12 game, and it ends up on ESPN. I mean, they reached in and snagged it, but then you look at what the SEC does, and they have, even though the Big Ten strength of schedule is actually better because they play a 9-game schedule, and then most teams do play at least one power conference opponent. The SEC has done a really good job of marketing itself. And even though they only play 8 conference games, but that week 1, when you have Alabama at Florida State, and you have LSU and Clemson, and you have Tennessee, Syracuse, and Auburn, Baylor, South Carolina, Virginia Tech, you've got made for TV games out the gate that kind of forces everybody to forget that they're going to be playing Mercer the second to last week of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is something the Big Ten has to be better at, and they have to be more forceful with this. But then they also have to talk to the public and let them know about that. The Big Ten has been really, really bad about that.
Scott, you have written before, and you did it again this week, that the networks, Fox, CBS, NBC, they draft weeks. They don't draft games. They draft weeks. Though, if you're drafting, in this case, week 14, as Fox did, we know what that means. It means they're drafting Michigan, Ohio State. Why do they do that? Why don't they draft games? Why do they draft weeks? Because I had somebody reach out to me and say, so what does that mean for who's picking second if Fox, drafts 1 week? What does that mean for second, third, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, let's take the first weekend in November as an example. And this is a really good one because Fox, without telling me directly, Fox picked number 1 that week, which is Penn State at Ohio State. Okay,
sure.
All right, now you're number 2 that week. You've got USC at Nebraska. Looks like a decent matchup, but you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan State at Minnesota. You don't know. Purdue at Michigan. What if Michigan's undefeated? You don't know. So at this point, rather than being penciled in and saying we automatically want to take USC at Nebraska, you don't know what might happen with Michigan State and Minnesota. What if Minnesota beats Nebraska? What if USC is they have a history of this, fires their coach because they lose a couple of games early, or, gets blown out by Notre Dame. You just want to make sure you have the best matchup. That's why you draft the weekends. And then likewise, if you're, let's take the next weekend as an example. There's already a Friday night game established, but if you want to draft number 1, but here's your lineup again: Oregon at Iowa. That could be a good game, but we don't know. Nebraska at UCLA. What if Nico Iamaleava, it turns out to be great, and you have this amazing matchup between Nico and Dylan Raiola? That could be a thing there. In Indiana at Penn State, 2 playoff teams from last year, and then Washington at Wisconsin. I think Damon Williams at Washington is going to be fantastic. There's some games there that you're like, but we just don't know yet. I mean, what if Iowa beats Penn State? What if they're in the top 10 team and Oregon's in the top 3? That's a game you really want at number 1. But as I said, what if you got that quarterback battle, or if Indiana and Penn State are what they were last year? That's why you draft the weekends. You just want to make sure that you've got the best matchup, because you would just hate if BTN gets Nebraska and UCLA, and then all of a sudden it's 2 top 15 teams with a great quarterback play.
And then, so did the second and third, did those just rotate through each week where, 1 week, does it match up with networks? I guess, if Fox is number 1, does that mean NBC is always number 2 that week? And do you understand how the second and third process works?
Yeah, absolutely. And what it is, I mean, I'll give you kind of the way the picks work. And that is, Fox gets the first 3 picks of the year. Mm-hmm. And this year they spent them Ohio State and Michigan, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, Ohio State. Then this year it would have been NBC, who is 4, and NBC took Oregon, Penn State. And then from there on, they weren't real specific, but it goes like CBS, NBC, Fox again. Fox has 5 in the first 11.
Yeah.
But as you get deeper into it, you have things that are in and out of your control that you don't want. Like the weekend I just referenced, November 8th, NBC has Notre Dame playing at that night against Navy. So it's probably not going to pick that as its number 2 weekend because it's going to have to move it to either Peacock at night or during the day, and it really isn't an advantageous matchup. So CBS may pick 2, but NBC may not even just pick it until really late in the process, or Fox, may pick 2. You've got to prioritize your weeks. Fox has some World Series matchups. They look across the landscape and say, okay, who's good for the SEC that week, and who do we not want to match up with? So it's not a automatic 1, 2, 3. It's like we've drafted this weekend number 1, but this one down here is weak. We just don't, we don't really care. So we're going to draft, wait until the end of the draft and draft that 3rd or 4th or something like that. So it's all, there's a real science to it. It's fascinating. It's not just automatic 1, 2, 3 like it used to be. I mean, this is pretty deep in the weeds.
Mm-hmm. Scott Docterman of The Athletic. We've heard in recent weeks the political pressure from Ohio because politicians there are upset and fans are upset that they're playing too many 11 o'clock or for our time, 11 o'clock or big noon games. Do those things really have impact on these conversations?
They do to an extent. They can't really isolate, they can't say you cannot take this team here. But the Big Ten could be like, maybe let's see what we can do with something different. I mean, what Fox tried to do was move that game against Texas to Sunday night, and in part because there was fertile ground. There's, I think there is Miami Notre Dame, so it is a pretty big game. But they felt like that was a chance for them to kind of break out, do something different. And not be at noon and help out the Ohio State situation a little bit. But then Texas, as you guys well know, was kind of a stick in the mud and vetoed it. And so then they moved it back to big noon. But then how the Big Ten can kind of massage it, I guess, if you will, is like in week 2 with Ohio State, they moved that to the middle of the day at 3:30. Week 3 is going to be a Peacock game in prime time. And they could just kind of, and there's also, last year was a bad year for that because Michigan was down and the layout of the games were pretty rough. There was one week there where, because Fox can't show a West Coast game at its big noon's time slot. And there was one week where, because it was a 14-week season, where there were 6 games and they only could touch 3 of them because CBS had the number 1 pick that week. There was a Friday night game, and it was between their big noon kickoff was between Rutgers and Minnesota or Purdue and Ohio State. And it's like, well, yeah, it's going to be a blowout, but it's Ohio State. If they had any other options, they would have done it. But they also have to think of their business model, and they're paying the Big Ten a hell of a lot of money. So Ohio State will have to take the brunt of that because it is the flagship program.
Scott, I'm curious, and because I know John's going to ask you about the Big Ten being quiet, so I wanted to ask you something different as we get close to the end of the conversation. The voting process for the college football playoff, we have been under the guise, I guess, that the Big Ten and the SEC would work together because they have the power, right? They have the majority of the voting power. But as you understand it, if the SEC decides to go along with the Big 12 and the ACC for their proposed 5 plus 11 at larges, the Big Ten would then lose, right? Because they would not have the majority of the power anymore if the SEC is caucusing with those other leagues.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, the SEC and Big Ten have to sign off on any proposed plan, and the Big Ten's not going to do that unilaterally. I mean, just walk away and say, "Well, we're going to leave the playoff." They're going to try to find a win-win, or at least to save face, or to move the process forward. But I would say that what's going on with this right now is the quiet nature of the Big Ten is just devalued everything they want to do. I mean, you hear Greg Sankey talking every day about how great the SEC is. Of course, forgetting that the Big Ten was 5-1 in the postseason against them, and they didn't get a team even in the semifinals, and they only won. Their only win and was a 3-point win in a bowl game, mid-level bowl game. So they're commanding the conversation. They're changing the public's narrative, and the other 2 leagues are in lockstep, the ACC and Big 12, about what they want to see. And what are we hearing from the Big Ten? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They're not saying a word. And there's, in some respects, they're kind of keeping the ADs under wraps and really don't want them to say anything either. And it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. This should be the year. If they want to have some swagger, this is the year. I mean, they had, the second year in a row, they had a national champion. They're doing so well in the postseason. I think they were like 11-5 overall or something like that. So, this was, it just makes no sense what they're doing, because if they could get out in front of it and say exactly what they want to see from the postseason, then maybe people will follow them. But now they look like the evil ogres, and they're still sitting there quiet in Rosemont doing nothing about it.
I'm curious what you think, Scott, because at the beginning, the Big Ten, this was Petitti's idea, the 4-4 plan, and the SEC were the only ones talking about it, and they weren't necessarily shooting it down. So in some ways, I felt like it at the time, because so many people in the public were against this idea, that the SEC were kind of taking the bullets for the Big Ten's idea, because they were the ones willing to talk about it while the Big Ten was staying quiet. But now that the SEC has gone on this war of words campaign, it almost seems like now is the time they need to do something. Or is that just the nature of Petitti, that they want to keep things on the down low, kind of in the same vein as, the way it was under Jim Delaney, where, everything came through him and nobody else really talked out of line?
Yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, Jim would talk. Jim would, every now and then kind of come out firing. And he was not afraid to fire at the SEC and other leagues and other institutions. And Tony prefers, maybe it's more of his nature as being a former television executive to kind of keep things under wraps and work behind the scenes. And I think that's appreciated at some point. But I think right now, you're not getting your message out there, and your message is getting lost. And in fact, completely devalued, because the SEC is starting to look at it going, if we would have went with a plan of 5+11, we would have got 6 or 7 teams in the playoff last year. I mean, even the 4-4-2-2-1 plan would have only gotten them 5. So I think right now that they're starting to see that advantage, that it might work out in their favor, because the Big 12, it's kind of funny, if they would have only had one team in the 5+11 plan. So, I mean, I think the SEC is starting to see it as, maybe this might actually help us. So we're going to do what's best for us. And so the Big Ten has lost completely all momentum in this. It's going to lose out, and it's going to just kind of wreck this goodwill and swagger that they could have had, just because they're sitting on their thumb, not doing anything about it.
Scott Docterman of The Athletic. Scott, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too. Appreciate you. Have a good one.
Thank you, Scott.
Scott Docterman joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. We'll carry on this conversation, especially about the Big Ten being quiet, because that was certainly on the conversation list, and some other things that came out today as this wild week of college football offseason talking wraps up.
Yeah.
Speaking of wrapping up, West Virginia has completed the comeback. They were down 3-0 to Kentucky, and they tied it going into the 9th, and then won it on a walk-off sacrifice fly, 4-3 the final. Miami's up on Alabama 5-3. Arkansas did close out North Dakota State. So Arkansas is in the winner's bracket. They will face the winner of Creighton and Kansas, the game that's coming up here on these airwaves in about 2 hours. That game is still on time, scheduled for a 7 o'clock first pitch. They have not had any weather issues there. The latest word on the Nebraska game against Oklahoma is that first pitch is set for around 6:30 Central Time. It was originally supposed to have started by now, but because of weather, they have pushed that time back. Hopefully they will still be on time. So we'll get you some updates, and we still have predictions. We've got content. We've got a One Beer Friday on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
It's a One Beer Friday.
Woo!
Whatever it is you're drinking, take a pic, send it to us. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. We'll share it with the rest of the world. You guys are still drinking Nick's Weeb beer.
Ha! I made the same joke.
My delicious Weeb beer.
I had this Scratchtown double IPA, Wonder Twins double IPA still sitting in the fridge.
John.
So I decided to crack that one open instead.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. As we celebrate the weekend, of course, it's the start of the baseball regionals. Creighton coming up, Nebraska coming up. They'll be playing overlapping games. If you like both teams, you'll definitely want to watch the bases loaded. Or not bases loaded. I still call it bases loaded. It was such a great term.
Squeeze.
It's better than squeeze play. They don't even run the squeeze play anymore.
Actually,
hardly anyone runs the squeeze play.
The
anymore.
first game today was won, or the first point today was won on a squeeze.
The first what?
The first run today was
Thank
on a
you.
squeeze play.
Cool.
So there you go, John.
But that was just one. But yeah, take a pic, whatever you're drinking, send it to us. Use the hashtag One Beer Fridays. Tweet it at us at USC 1620.
And Blue Sky.
Mike sent us what he was drinking. He said someone ordered a squeeze play 6-pack on this One Beer Friday, and it was a photo of his television with 6 baseball games on it.
Nice.
Send us whatever you're drinking on Twitter or on Blue Sky.
I saw a guy on Twitter
on
earlier.
Yeah.
That obviously had ESPN Plus because he was watching all the games.
Yeah.
But he had like 5 different TVs set up. Like there was one on either end of the fireplace. There was one in the fireplace. There was one above the fireplace.
And he had 5 games on each individual TV because he wants it
squeeze play.
But he wants it bigger, Nick, because squeeze play is so tiny.
It's not that tiny.
When you have 6 games, it is.
They were all kind of tiny TVs too. That's the
okay.
thing.
Well, never mind.
Just use squeeze play.
Wow. Your obsession with this squeeze play.
It's all you need.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it is really good.
I wish they would do it on a college football Saturday.
Also, I like supporting Matt Schick.
That's cool. I like Matt. He's a good guy.
But you don't like squeeze play. Interesting.
Well, sorry.
We
Yes,
should
John?
probably roll in with a little college football cluster.
M-I-S-T-E-R, Mr. Touchdown, USA. They always call him Mr. Touchdown. They always call him Mr. T. He can run and kick and throw. Give him the ball and just look at him go. Hip hip hooray for Mr. Touchdown. He's gonna beat him today. So give a great big cheer for the hero of the year, Mr. Touchdown USA.
It has been a cluster of a week in the college football cluster.
It has indeed. You did a really good job, by the way, with that mouth noise.
with the with all
you
the
do. I can't do that noise.
I can't either. John's good
with all,
at it.
with all the talking and stuff. These were the documents that were handed out yesterday. Brett McMurphy took a screenshot of them.
Photo.
So
it's called a photo.
So the stat is that the
John,
SEC,
you zoomer.
so SEC only has 2 teams outside the top 50 in average strength of record, which is a metric, over the past 10 years, providing clear evidence of the rigor of its regular season. The SEC only had 2 teams outside of the top 50, only 13% of their conference. The Big Ten had 8 teams outside of the top 50. That's 44% of their league. The Big 12 had 56% of their league. The ACC had 11 of their teams, 65% of their league outside of the top 50. And they even used the Massey rating. And the same thing, SEC only had 2 teams outside the top 50 in the Massey rating. Again, providing clear evidence of the rigor of its regular season compared to other conferences. So these were some of the propaganda documents that were dropped today. We were just talking with Scott Docterman of The Athletic. You know, the Big Ten has been very quiet on this. I mean, outside of Matt Rule, you know, talking about things, but even Matt Rule hasn't talked that much about the playoff.
No, not really, yeah.
But someone finally spoke up today. Bert Bielema spoke up today from Illinois. He quote tweeted the previous tweets that I had just shown about the SEC's strength. Bert said, great work. Heading into the weekend, maybe have this extremely talented working group look at running the numbers on. And then he gives 4 examples. Number 1, the last 2 to 3 years where legal NIL and portal transfer rules have balanced rosters like never before. Number 2, look at head-to-head in the same time frame, head-to-head with Power 4, especially with a possible Big Ten SEC challenge that is being discussed. And number 3, there is no better reality than recent history for reality. No, there's no better reality than recent history for reality. That's interesting. Maybe 2025 season playoffs and bowl matchups head-to-head. Can't wait for that press release. #ILL.
And his team was one of the teams that picked up a win last year in a bowl game.
So that was the one fire back from the Big Ten today.
Again, we talked about with Scott, the conference is oddly quiet about everything. And I know that you're tired and annoyed by them. And so, you know, honestly, if they said stuff, we'd both probably pick them apart because they'd probably be saying dumb stuff because everybody says dumb stuff.
Sure.
But
they're the ones with the dumb idea.
But they are allowing the SEC to shape the narrative. And sadly, college sports are very much driven by the narrative. And I mean, that's why I asked a question at the very end of Docterman. You know, if the SEC caucuses with the other 2 leagues, what would that mean? Because voting power wise, you would presume, because right now, what do they have, John? It's like 65% control over the playoff. Okay, so divide.
But it sounds like what Scott was saying.
They have to agree on.
They still have to agree. So you know what that tells me? If both sides dig in their heels, that it'll be a stalemate, and we'll just keep the current system.
Yes, there was.
Fine by me.
I read a story today. It was either by Chris Vanini, because I read so many stories today. It was by Chris Vanini or it was by Ross Dellinger. And John, that very thing was mentioned. And it said, yes, here it is. This was the Vanini piece. What happens if the Big Ten and the SEC can't agree on a new format before a December deadline set by ESPN? That is unclear, but perhaps the status quo, 12 teams with 5 conference champs and 7 at-large bids, could be back in play for 26, and the SEC still playing an 8-game league schedule. Sure, I can see a scenario, but is that the most likely scenario? Sankey said, come back for more. Come back for more. Let me ask you this. Should the Big Ten, and I am asking this from a strategic standpoint, not from a I want this to happen standpoint. Should the Big Ten consider going to 8 conference games? If that is a sticking point that the SEC won't move tonight,
I don't even think that's an option because of what we just talked about with Scott. They have to provide good enough inventory for their 3 network partners. That's the reason the Big Ten went to 9 games.
Yeah,
they went to 9 games in the first place because they wanted more quality conference matchups to provide to their television partners, and that decision was made before they signed the other two contracts. This is back when they were just, basically Fox and ESPN.
Yeah.
Now they have Fox, NBC, and CBS. So, is it a strategy from if you guys are going to do it, we too? Sure, that makes sense. But I don't think it's possible, because then you're taking even more inventory or quality inventory away, because you know what would happen if they went down to 8, they wouldn't replace that formerly 9th conference game with a Power 4 opponent.
Unless they'd
go out and schedule a patty cake.
And no, maybe.
They would.
Well,
Matt Rule would. He's already said we don't want to play those games.
But do you think if they had 8 conference games that he would still say that? They wouldn't bump it, because then if you go to 8, then you see. I would say this.
But then I guess then this would be my retort.
Yeah.
Let's just pretend that was on the table.
Yeah.
Again, you're giving up inventory.
You definitely
because
are.
Not all of those games against Power 4 opponents would be games that your network partners would control.
Correct.
Because if you schedule a game against an ACC school and you played at an ACC school, that game's on ESPN. So Fox and NBC and CBS can't benefit from that. So you're losing.
What if that led to the long discussed SEC Big Ten alliance?
But again, are you going to make up the revenue from a lost conference game?
Great question. It's a great question.
From doing this alliance deal?
And for the record, and again,
I don't know.
Usual caveat. I don't want this to happen. I just want the SEC to go to 9. It's wild that, where the sticking points for this all seems to be, and that, it seems like they want the five auto berths and 11 at larges. That's what would make them happy. But then they're not able to do they wouldn't vote for 9 conference games. They wouldn't be able to have their conference championship weekend extravaganza featuring the lower seeded teams playing for playoff spots. And there was some additional reporting on that today that I thought was pretty good from Dellinger. He says, talking about these concepts about and generating more revenue than what we currently have. How much revenue? That remains uncertain, but ESPN is gearing up to finalize an offer with the SEC of as much as $5 million per school annually in additional revenue if they go to a 9th conference games. And then he says 2 additional playing games per year, and that's the quotables, as you call them. 2 additional playing games per year could fetch millions more. Along with the extra cash, there is the guarantee of always having 4 participants, and in some years, a 5th. With that large bid. So, this is all, as everything is, it's all about money and trying to bring in more money. $5 million a school ain't nothing to sneeze at. And, they're going to certainly use the current state of college athletics as a big reason why they're going to do that.
Far be it for me to agree with a lot of things that Larry Scott 2.0 says.
Hey, that guy's smart.
But Brett Yormark of the Big 12, who has been pushing the 5-11 plan, said this. He said, acknowledging the fact that, hey, because in theory, the plan from Petiti for the 4-4-2-2-1-1-1-1 nonsense would grant 2 automatic bids to the Big 12. And so the question is, well, if we go to your plan, Brett Yormark, that's not going to guarantee 2 Big 12s in the field. And Yormark said, that's okay, because we've got to earn it on the field. I often tell my room, you're rewarded when you perform at the highest levels. We're investing at a high level in this conference, and we'll continue to invest. I'm willing to earn it on the field, and so are my coaches, and so are my ADs. I think there's real momentum for 5-11. Certainly, the public is voting yes for it, which I think is critically important. Yes, the Big Ten, the SEC are leading the discussions, but with leading those discussions, they have a great responsibility that goes with it to do what's right for college football and not to do anything that just benefits 2 conferences. I have a lot of faith in the process. I think we'll land in the right place. Certainly Yormark is now going to try to play, because he knows he has it, but he's going to try to play the public sympathy card.
Mm-hmm.
The public likes this idea. This is where I think the Big Ten right now is failing. I don't think it would take a lot for the Big Ten to galvanize support behind its plan if they really pimped this plan to their people.
You talking about to the Big Ten's people, or who
I'm talking about fans. I'm talking about the public in the Big Ten.
Well, John, I would agree with you.
Because while there may be a few that do like it, because as we've talked about it, it would benefit a school like Nebraska for sure. And I don't blame the Nebraska fan if they would think this way.
Correct.
But this is where the Big Ten is failing. They need to get their people out in front of their people
and say this is good for us.
And say this is good for us. So because you're talking about, I mean, you've got Ohio, you got Michigan, you got Illinois, you got Wisconsin, you got Pennsylvania. Not that anyone gives a crap in New York, but technically you have New York. You have California.
Yeah.
You have some big states with some big schools that hold a lot of public power in terms of fan support. What the Big Ten needs to be doing right now is beating the drum.
This is good for us.
Yes, it's a stupid plan. It's an idiotic. And would I rip it to shreds? Absolutely, I would. But if you're going to play a game of public relations war, this is what you've got to do,
John.
And the Big Ten isn't doing anything right now. They're not saying anything right now. And so, as in the absence of their voice, it's going to be filled by those who say, yeah, that plan is stupid.
Yeah. John,
so they're making a terrible PR mistake, in my opinion, by not beating the drum in their own footprint to say, this is a good idea. We really like this, and try to use it as an effort to change the perception.
John, what are politics about, or what are elections about? And stick to sports. It's about convincing your constituents that you are looking out for their best interests. And
Correct.
Even though you will have, reporters or people on the other side of the aisle, and I will use you and me in this discussion because we would say, but guys, look, this plan is bad for X, Y, and Z reasons. If the constituents think that it is good for them and their side, and in this case, a Nebraska fan is a Nebraska fan, and they're not maybe thinking about the greater good of college football, then they're going to be okay with it. And so you are spot on. We made this argument a couple of weeks ago I think we did that show. Maybe it was a happy hour where we're like, let's try to be nice about this. And look, I can easily get in front of a judge and make an argument why this is good for Nebraska football. And you can do that with almost every school in the Big Ten. Hey, Washington, you want to have an opportunity to make the playoff? Codifying spots, having play-in games in place of a conference championship game as a 6th seed. That means you have to be in the upper third of the conference. That seems way more doable. It is way more doable. Again, Illinois would have played for one of these last year. Illinois is just a few years removed from the Lovie Smith era, and they were rough. But think about it. Last year, Illinois...
That Iowa team last year would have been in one of these goofy quota bowls.
Team was mid as hell. And yes, if I am Tony Petitti and I want this thing to pass, I am running around and saying, Iowa, I'm trying to help you out. Illinois, I'm trying to help you out. Wisconsin, Nebraska, if you guys get your crap together, I'm trying to help you out.
Here, we're giving you free advice, Big Ten. We don't believe in your plan.
And
we think your plan is the dumbest thing.
it.
We think that your plan is the dumbest plan that has ever been come up with in terms of playoffs in the history of sports. It is absolutely boneheaded stupid. But here we are giving you free advice. And because the Big Ten has always loved the smell of its own farts. And they love to sit in their ivory tower and just, isn't this a great idea? This is grand. This is very grand. But they never, ever try to galvanize the public behind them. This is why they blew it during COVID. This is why they were the first ones to cancel. They didn't listen to their fans. And then everybody else said, hey, man, you guys jumped the gun. And then the Big Ten had to come crawling back with its tail between its legs because they miscalculated everything. And a lot of it is getting your people to buy into this. And they're just letting this happen. They're letting the SEC coaches and administrators go out and tell all of their fans, hey, this is why we need to be this way. And of course, and say what you want about the whole the strength of conference and, our league's tougher than their league. Forget about all that nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
But from this standpoint, they are so much farther out in winning this battle.
Yeah, it's wild, man. It really is.
And the
Again,
Big
we
Ten's
just made
letting
the
it
argument-
happen, and now it may. I don't know if it's too late, but if the SEC really decides to caucus with the ACC and the Big 12, either they're going to get what they want, or we're going to get a stalemate, and we're just going to keep the same plan, which in the end I think would be good. But who's going to be made to look stupid? Just like during COVID, the Big Ten was made to look stupid, and in this conversation, they may end up being made to look stupid.
Yeah, seriously. It seems like an easy argument to make,
Mm-hmm.
and yet I think, I mean,
I could make it.
I know.
I could get out in front of. I could go to Memorial Stadium. We could get 70,000 people in there. I could make the Big Ten's argument for him. Say, hey, this is good for you, man. All you have to do is finish in the top 6. Get into a quota bowl.
And John, doesn't that sound like, see, and that's the thing. They don't have to call it that. They're saying you get to play in a play-in game. Like
right.
That,
I mean, I call it a quota bowl because
but,
I hate it.
and,
But you know my point.
Think about that.
I can make that argument
Top
for them,
6.
and I hate this plan.
Yeah, I know. And look, I understand, too, that you and I, we are viewing this differently because we are just fans of the greater good, and we're not maybe rooting as hard on a Saturday as the majority of our audience. But I do understand why the majority of our audience looks at us and says, you guys are idiots. I don't care about all these things that you guys care about. I want my team to be good, and thus I want my team to have the best chance possible to make it to a postseason. And that's why when the Tennessee cancellation happened, you and I felt like we were on an island, because we probably were. And in this case, if the Big Ten moved forward with it and they went around and they said, look, top 6, playing game, playoff opportunity, I have to imagine a lot of people would say, this sounds awesome. Like Michael tweets in, he says, granted, when has the Big Ten ever done what was best for the majority of its members? They defended the Rose Bowl to the death and cost their schools multiple shots at championships. But in this case, I would say that they are looking out for the best interest of their conference, and they could make that argument. They're just not making it for whatever reason. Meanwhile, Greg Sankey is doing a press conference on Memorial Day and filling up my timeline with it, and then him and other coaches are talking every single day. Like, they're doing this in May. It's not even media days yet. This is just some random group of meetings, and they're owning the moment in a way that the Big Ten never does.
Well, coming up, as we're keeping an eye on things, the number 1 overall seed is down 1-0 in the first to Wright State. Vandy. The Vandy Whistler is going to need to rally back. USC is blowing out TCU right now, and Miami's still up 5-3 on Alabama. That's some of the scores going on right now in the NCAA regionals. Of course, Creighton coming up tonight against Kansas. The winner of that game will play Arkansas, who ended up winning today. So North Dakota State falls to the losers bracket. We'll have coverage starting at 6:45 right here on the Zone. Nebraska baseball in about an hour and 20 minutes against Oklahoma from Chapel Hill. And we'll have content coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, let's get into some content here. Oh, need to turn that off.
Turn it off, John.
Turn it off, John.
Turn it off. Let's turn it off. Time to get some content, Nick.
The Stanley Cup final is set. The Panther Like a Panthers will travel up to Edmonton to take on the Oilers starting Wednesday. Is this the year Canada finally lifts the cup?
Crazy, isn't it? We've got rematches everywhere. Rematches in the conference finals, now a rematch for the cup. And last year, if you recall, the Oilers fell behind 3-0, then came back and forced a Game 7, and then lost to Florida in Game 7. But now the Oilers have the home ice advantage. If the Oilers are going to win, they have got to score on power plays. The Panthers have been killing power plays the last 2 years like crazy in the playoffs. The Oilers have to take advantage when they have the man advantage. But yes, of course, I'm going for the Edmonton Oilers. Edmonton Oilers. Edmonton Oilers #1.
I'm going to pick the Oilers too, John, because that sounds way more fun than them not winning. So,
yeah, again, teams from the Sun Belt should never win the Stanley Cup.
Interesting.
Sorry, they shouldn't. Never.
Remember the Four Nations face-off?
yes, John's obsession with saying America's hat, but yet in the NHL, he's okay with rooting for Canada.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I am because
America
unlike you communists, I root for my country.
Socialist.
But I'm not rooting for my country here. I'm just rooting
Yeah, we
for
know you're
Edmonton.
not. You're rooting against America. We
I'm
understand.
rooting for
Welcome,
Edmonton.
comrade.
Against an American team.
I'm rooting for Canada
Are they
because
an
of
American
Donald
team?
Trump -
It's
John
Florida.
Bishop.
It's Florida.
Florida
is it
is
really an
legally
American team?
one of the 50 states.
I suppose, but you know what? You
It
know,
is a crappy state.
unlike you libs, you know, you're share alike libs. We need to share this thing a little bit more. The cup hasn't been
John,
to Canada in 30 years.
A ton of your people live in Florida. You should love Florida.
None of my people live in Florida. I got no relatives in Florida. What are you talking about?
Are you saying John's a racist?
No,
Republican. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, they're all down
It's a
there.
red state.
Yeah, it's not.
By the way, it's the same way in Nebraska.
It ain't no purple state anymore.
It's true. Thoughts on the Nebraska ball schedule? The Huskers will not play a true road non-conference game, and every non-con game will be within 3 hours of Lincoln.
Horrible garbage. Look, I understand playing the game, win the games, win by 1 million. That's how the stuff helps. They're in the Big Ten Conference, blah, blah, blah. But golly. You know what, John, though? I am obviously an outlier with this stuff because other fans are like, sweet, give me the dubs. But Jiminy Christmas. All these games are going to be on BTN Plus, except for the Creighton game and Oklahoma game. Ugh, just yucky.
Yeah, I mean, you know what it is? It's a schedule befitting the defending crown champions. That's what I would say.
Nice. Remember Pete King?
Oh, his Nuggets.
The retired NFL sports writer joined Pro Football Talk this week and dropped some takes. At some point, I believe in our lifetime, there's not going to be a draft, King said this week, and college football players will be able to look at the landscape of 32 teams and say, I'd like to go there. I'd like to go there. Whatever it is. Are we buying this?
No. There's
on,
not
Pete.
going to be a draft? Are you kidding? They have.
What are they going
by
to
the
do?
way,
Burn their cards?
see,
Get
Pete King is conflating the current situation in college football with the NFL. There's a huge difference. In the NFL, they have a thing called an antitrust exemption, and they have a collective bargaining agreement with their players' union, which does account for the draft, and it makes the draft possible. So I'm not sure. Maybe Pete in his retirement years is smoking the peyote. I don't know. Allegedly, maybe, but no. And would the NFL voluntarily say, yeah, we don't need this draft thing anymore, this thing that gives us all of this off-season coverage and basically obliterates every other televised sport when we air our 3-day-long selection process? Are you kidding me?
So here's the one argument that I'll make. I agree with you, but I'll play devil's advocate. Would more fans tune in if it was like recruiting and on the Thursday night of signing day, if Caleb Williams was doing the hat dance and announcing which NFL team he was going to go to.
No, because you would have to coordinate all of these announcements at the same time to even make it worthwhile.
That would be I know, but John, just like get with me to the like they can do all that. Would people be more interested in that than they are the draft?
No.
See, I don't know, man. Like,
not even close. Are you kidding?
Dude, if you're telling me that a quarterback might choose my team because he likes
but
them?
it's not a television event. It's not going to be a deal where
Yes, it is. Signing day it's not. Signing day was a television event.
Okay, but again, they're not going to do a signing day. I mean, because everyone's going to work on their own timetable. If everyone's a free agent, they're all going to work on their own timetable.
Not if
they're not going to coordinate all these things on the same day.
Not if the NFL forced them to do it on the same day.
No, there's no way that a signing day would be more interesting than a draft.
For the record, I don't think that this is going to happen. I think John is definitely poo-pooing this idea, though.
I am poo-pooing it because it's dumb. And
it's dumb, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't work.
It would not work.
Why wouldn't it work?
Because.
That's not an answer.
Because
you're not my dad.
I just explained it to you.
But if the NFL,
they're not going to do a signing day because
I don't know why
if I'm a quarterback, I'm not. If I know I'm going to sign with a team, I'm not going to wait for some designated day to do it. I'm going to do it whenever I do it.
So
they're not going to coordinate
why do the
300 different signings on one day.
But why do the high school players wait to sign then?
Well, they don't have a players association now, do they?
But what does that have to do with it?
I have no idea, but I don't think you're seeing what my point is.
I guess not, because I think it's a bad one.
It's not a bad point. You're making a devil's advocate argument for a bad idea.
I don't think it's a good idea. I'm just saying I don't know why Caleb Williams can't wait until April 30th to announce why it's so
because he wouldn't.
But why?
Because
guys wait all the time.
Josh, do you know who Adam Schefter is?
Yes.
Do you know who Ian Rappaport is?
Yes.
All of that stuff would be leaked well before the signing.
Maybe.
Yeah, it would. No, it would.
Maybe.
You don't know how the NFL media works, apparently.
Maybe.
How about instead of a draft, they blindfold the players and then they give them a nail with a tail on it, and then they spin them around, and then
I would watch that.
Goes on to the owner of
that would be great.
That's who they play for.
I would watch that.
That's definitely better than a signing day.
Pin the tail on the Jarrah.
Oh, sounds good to me.
Major League Baseball is purchasing an equity stake in Athletics Unlimited Softball League, partnering with the fledgling league that is preparing for its first 4-team season and plans to expand in future years. Is this good for the AUSL? Is it good for Major League Baseball?
I can't imagine it's not good for the softball league because they're going to get an infusion of cash. And there is, I mean, John, we see it every year with the Women's College World Series. The ratings are strong. There are a lot of people that are interested in softball. The question, of course, is, are they interested in softball or are they interested in rooting for their universities? I think it's obviously a bit of both. I think that the WNBA and Caitlin Clark's rating success has proved that if you have superstars, they will follow them to the next level. Does softball have those superstars? I don't think so, but at least not right now. That said, I think it'd be good for them. I don't know. I feel like this probably isn't that much money for Major League Baseball, so it's probably going to be okay for them.
Well, for baseball, it's a nice little PR. Hey, look
yes,
at what
it definitely
we're
is.
doing. We're good guys. But your point about, because that's the key. That's the reason why the pro volleyball stuff, yes, here locally it's very popular, but why it hasn't taken off nationally.
Correct.
You don't have a Caitlin Clark of volleyball that has captured the country's attention. And you really need that. You really do. Just like with the NBA, they needed Bird and Magic to really launch that product into the next stratosphere. You need those superstars. And so, and does this give that maybe those people, those softball players, could a Jordy Ball be the Caitlin Clark of softball? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And with this investment, to make this league more viable and to promote it a little bit more, it certainly is good for professional softball. And for Major League Baseball, they get a nice little attaboy, look at us, aren't we nice people?
So I'm interested in that they're doing this instead of waiting a year, and maybe they will endorse in a year, but the WPBL, the Women's Pro Baseball League, that starts next summer. So I'm surprised they're not trying to also do some kind of partnership or something there. Yeah. Got a stake in there. Because that's, baseball.
Baseball.
And Major League Baseball is also Baseball.
It is indeed baseball, Nick.
People forget about baseball.
Baseball.
Writer Chris Vanini of The Athletic got his hands on an early copy of EA Sports College Football 2026, and he said there were 5 major changes from the previous version. You care to hear any of them?
No.
I mean, not
Sad.
really.
Next question.
I know what one of them are. Dynamic lighting. You can start a game at 3 p.m. and when it ends, it's dark outside. That's cool.
It always has done that, hasn't it?
Not the last one.
I thought so.
Yeah, I
Didn't
thought
it?
if I played a 2:30 game, that it got late in nighttime.
Not in the last one.
Okay.
And is that really a big deal?
It is a pretty big deal. It's for immersion, John. The tire.
For what?
Immersion.
Which team does the thing with the tire? Like the celebration with the tire or something, to put a tire on their head.
Don't remember, honestly.
Well, that's in there.
Cool. Congrats
People
on the
are excited
tire.
about that.
Back in my day, we just liked the football for the football, not for tires.
It's about tradition, Josh.
That's
You know
not a
that
tradition. That's a
college
fake.
football is tradition.
That's a
what
fake
this
new
is. They put
tradition.
traditions in the
Pretend
game.
tradition. Like the-
Traditions, all traditions were new at some point, Josh.
yes, but the ones in my lifetime are all pretend.
Hmm.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, they're not really great traditions.
Nope.
They're not great traditions because they're in your lifetime. But if they were before you were born, you would love them.
Should we do the last one, Nick?
Sure. Hank Hill and the gang. Hank Hill. Hold on. Hank Hill and the gang and King of the Hill are back, folks. The series.
Wait, did you add the gang to this
I
sentence?
did. I thought I read the gang in there, but it wasn't.
Okay.
But I mean, the gang are back in King of the Hill.
Okay.
The series is being revived, and Bobby is an adult now. Are you interested?
Absolutely not.
What?
I never really got into King of the Hill.
Oh, I love King of the Hill.
Damn it, Bobby.
It's gonna be on
It was
Hulu,
okay.
by the way.
It did its thing. There, by the way, there's for those watching in the
Look
stream.
at that. Look at
there's
old
the
Bobby.
Hank's
screenshot.
barely aged.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, I
His
don't have a
hair's
problem
gray.
He's
with
more gray.
older Bobby, but where's the gray on the temples of Hank? You know, how come we don't see more wrinkles on Peggy? I mean, it's just doesn't seem like
Peggy definitely looks older. Hank looks a little older. There's a little more wrinkles, but it's mostly in his hair. But I see it. I see
Okay.
it.
I didn't hate. Remember, King of the Hill is one of the few shows that actually celebrated Nebraska and winning a game
Oh, that's right. I
because
forgot
of
about-
Hank.
because Hank did something that screwed Texas and Nebraska ended up winning the Big 12 championship. So
Nice.
Apparently,
I mean-
Bobby is a fusion chef in this. That's his job. He's a fusion chef.
Very cool, Nick.
It is very cool, Josh.
very cool.
Very cool.
All right. Oh my God. Wright State's up 2-0 on Vanderbilt.
Damn, they ain't
Upset
wrong
alert.
today.
Hey, yo.
Got him.
When we come back, it's predictions time.
Let's do it.
16-20 the zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
All right, last week.
Oh, look at that, Josh.
What? You're
Yeah.
still behind me.
I'm on your butt.
Yeah, Nick has crawled back in after some really hideous weeks.
Crawl back into
recently.
my butt?
Yeah.
No
But
wonder
it's
you
pretty
smell.
close. It's pretty close.
Crawling
here in
on
this,
your butt.
in this round of predictions. Let's get to it. Knicks Pacers, game 6. Knicks plus 3.5 at Indianapolis. Smelly town. Now we'll have to deal with fresh, clean Midwestern air. Give me the Pacers.
Really want the Knicks. I'm going to go with my head, though. Give me Indiana.
The wrong team is favored.
Oh, let's go.
Bing bong.
Go
Give me the
Knicks.
Knicks.
God, that'd be so good.
Jalen Brunson points over under 31.5.
Over.
Under.
Tyrese Halliburton points over under 20.5.
Over.
Same.
Slide over.
Oh, on to baseball already.
On to baseball
Well,
already.
I don't know if you know this, Josh, but there ain't no more NBA this
I
week.
know. We could have done like 100 basketball props.
Oh.
How about no?
Sounds like
Because the
hell.
Angels are playing the Guardians in one of the featured series of the weekend in Major League Baseball. Great rivalry between the Angels and the Guardians. Cleveland wins 2 out of 3.
Guardians sweep.
Okay, we don't get a lot of sweep predictions.
I'll go Guardians 2 out of 3 as well.
All right.
Oh, this is a fun one. Is
Is
this one
it?
that you added, Nick?
Nope.
Oh, wow.
The Mets. This is the Mets and the Rockies. These are total runs scored this weekend. Mets in the 3-game series by 9.5.
So this is aggregate scoring that we're talking about?
This is the whole 3-game
give me
series.
the Rockies. That's way too many runs.
So you would think so, Josh.
Yeah. I know they're bad.
But sometimes the Rockies do this thing in a series where they'll have a couple close games and then one blowout. Like when they lost to the Yankees 11-1. Sorry, 11-2.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a bad loss.
I'm going to go over. Slight over.
Well, who are you taking, Mets or the Rockies?
Sorry. Mets.
Yeah, Mets to cover.
Mets will cover, yes.
Okay.
The first place Detroit Tigers are at Kansas City this weekend. Nick, pick the series.
Well, the Royals don't have Scooble.
They don't.
I hope Scooble's actually playing. Otherwise, this would be weird. Give me the Tigers 2-1.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going with the Tigers 2-1. The Royals are struggling right now.
I want to take the Tigers in a sweep, but I do
Do
think
it then, coward.
Yeah, John.
I do think Kansas City's pitching is good enough to get them one win this weekend. A rematch of the World Series. The New York Yankees at the L.A. Dodgers. Give me Smelly Town.
Nice.
2-1.
Dodgers in a sweep.
I'm going to take the Yankees 2-1.
Oh, you guys are morons.
Have you watched the Yankees play recently?
No.
Pretty good.
Baseball.
They lost to the Rockies.
Have you watched a baseball game in May? No. Why would I, John? It's May.
Who will have more hits this weekend in the series? Aaron Judge? I know who you guys are going to pick, so just go ahead and say it.
Aaron Judge.
No, really?
Yeah, John, I'm trying to win, not, kiss anyone's
You're
butt.
trying to win, yet you pick the Dodgers to sweep the Yankees.
Yeah, Aaron Judge can still hit the ball.
I saw Aaron Judge strike out a couple times to Rockies pitching.
Yeah.
So
you're
I'm
going
gonna
with
pick
Ohtani?
Shohei.
Nice.
Of course you are.
And we know you're picking against Ohtani, John.
Yeah.
No, I'm picking for Judge because he's hitting near 400.
So funny. No, you guys are biased, says John, the guy who hates Ohtani and will always remind everybody how much he hates Ohtani.
No, I just remind people that he's half the player he used to be. That's all.
For now.
He still is.
I bet after put it on the list. He'll be back after the summer break.
Is this a tournament that people care about? It's called the Memorial.
John, it's a golf tournament. Of course we care.
Yes, and how much of it will you watch this weekend?
0. What are you talking about?
Pick 3. I'm going to go with the current leader, N. Taylor. It'd be foolish not to pick Scotty Scheffler. And in honor of the late Hot Lips Houlihan,
Patches
MASH.
O'Houlihan.
I'm going to pick Major Burns, Hot Lips' boyfriend.
I'm going to
The
go.
actress who played Hot Lips died today.
I will RIP. I'll go Scheffler, John. Who is the first person you picked, John?
N. Taylor.
Okay, that's Nick Taylor. I'm going to go Ben Griffin, and I will go Colin Morikawa.
I think you're the weeb. You always pick Morikawa.
I like Morikawa. He won the PGA Championship during COVID. It was one of the few sporting events we got to watch that summer.
Yeah, and it wasn't even a major tournament.
It was the PGA Championship, you idiot.
Like I said, it wasn't a major tournament, Nick.
Scheffler, Daniel Berger, and Bezoy de Hoyt.
Oh, God. That's John's favorite golfer.
Yeah. He really screwed me. What was it, the Masters we picked last time?
I don't know, John.
Doyzen Hoyt.
Nice. Soccer Champions League final tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, this is the end of the Champions League.
So the team that loses this gets sent down to the lesser league. Is that what happens?
That's not how this works, Nick. This
They
is
get
the
sent up?
This is
I thought we fought back and we beat the Germans out of Paris. Now it's called Paris Saint-Germain.
No, but John, it's Paris Saint-Germain.
So Paris Saint-Germain versus Inter Milan. So is
Inter
this the Milan
Milan.
Miracle? Is this the
would love
Milan
to Inter
team that
Milan.
won the Indiana State Championship?
What's it
These are
like
very
being
weird
such
teams.
an idiot?
I mean, if Paris is teaming up with the Germans again, I'm going to go ahead and take the.
They never
Paris
teamed
Saint-Germain.
up with the Germans, John.
Yes, they did.
They were anti-Germans.
Vichy France. Look it up.
I'm going to go PSG.
Of course, you'd take the Germans.
I like Paris.
There we go.
Probably. I've never actually been. I think I would.
This is a good one now because Nebraska hasn't started yet. This originally, Nebraska and Creighton combined wins. We were going to know a little bit of the Nebraska game, but now we know 0 of the Nebraska game.
Combined wins by the two teams this weekend. Over under 1.5. Give me the over.
Same. Do it, Nick. Do it. Do it.
Under.
Nice.
Hater. Outs recorded tonight by Creighton starter Dom Cancelleri.
So this
over
is what?
under 13.5.
Talking about 4.5 innings?
So that's 13 outs would be 4 2/3 innings.
Over.
Over.
Wow, that's a
Wow,
lot.
that didn't sound very
A
confident.
lot of overs.
Will Gabe Swanson hit a home run
This weekend.
tonight? This weekend.
This weekend.
This weekend.
This weekend.
I'm going to go no.
Yeah, why not?
Yes.
Number of non-ACC SEC schools that reach the super regionals. Over under 3.5.
Who are the obvious teams in this, John?
Well, I mean, most of
Oregon.
them.
No, I mean like the ones who like have a legit chance.
Oh, well, Oregon and Oregon State are both hosting, and obviously they're not of either of those leagues.
Under.
I'm going to take the over.
I'll take the over as well. There's some scrappy teams in there that aren't.
Oh,
Now,
so this
I
must
have,
be
I
one
have
of
given
Nick's...
you a link to the bracket.
Yep.
Pick a 3 or a 4 seed in any of the regionals this weekend who will make it to the supers.
You know, people call me a Husker hater, and they're right. Let's go with Kentucky.
Nick?
Come on, baseball boy.
I know.
You've been giving us takes all year. You got to have a take.
I know. The one that I wanted to pick is in the 3 or 4 seed.
Give me a take.
Yeah, it has to be a 3 or a 4
I know.
seed.
Give me East Carolina.
That's a good pick.
Wow, nice pick, Nick.
Thank you.
They won today.
They did.
Give me the Stetson Hatters.
Oh. We used to have a listener named Stetson.
You know, early in the season when a slice of college baseball started,
Yeah.
there was a thing that I had drafted out called "Is Stetson Good?"
Yeah.
That was like 4 weeks into the season. I'm like, it's too early for that.
Why didn't you do it?
I should have done it.
Sad.
I would have been so right.
So, Nick, you added a little bonus question here. Is this what we're looking at?
Why do you think I added the Formula
Because you
One
DM'd
question?
John and I and said I added a bonus question.
Yes,
Yeah,
I did.
The reason why this question wasn't in the original plans was because when I went to the betting sites, they didn't have any lines up.
I got you some lines, John. Lando Norris plus 125, Oscar Pistorius plus 145, Max Verstappen plus 430, and then who cares?
I'll just take Norris.
Oscar.
Nice.
In honor of the photo I took last night.
Oscar who? Oscar
Pistoria.
I'll take Max, even though Lando is my favorite driver.
Calrissian?
I love Lando. He won last week.
I thought you said you added 2, Nick. You just added 1.
No, I only added 1.
Oh, I thought in the DM you said you added 2.
Mm-mm.
And now it's time for the main event.
John wants me to.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
Next week, move NASCAR up to the first one so we can just get out of the way.
Oh, fair.
Well, Josh, I'm sorry that you can't stand a real men's sport, but it's Cracker Barrel 400. Man, if there was ever a restaurant that screamed NASCAR, it's Cracker Barrel.
Oh yeah.
Their meatloaf
pick
is
3.
kinda
We'll
good.
do the we'll do the thing again where it's the total combined results.
Okay.
And then we'll add them
Lowest
up.
score
Lowest
wins.
score wins.
Okay, I'm going to go Billy Byron. I'm going to go Chase Elliott. And let's go with Denny Hamlin, the favorite.
Give me Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell.
Gonna make this interesting for me this week, eh? Well, let's go with Larson. Let's go with Elliott. As I'm trying to type fast.
Oh, we can hear you.
I know it takes. And
I saw John typing the other day. I can see why it takes him so long.
It sucks. You know what? Screw it. Let's make it an all-team Chevy, the superior team, Billy Byron.
Nice.
And that is predictions for this week. We'll come back and wrap things up with some What's for Dinner.
Let's do it.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
It is Casey's Pizza Night.
Ooh.
Yum.
I think I mentioned earlier this week that I was going to do some sort of a mac and cheese. I never did it. So tonight, I think I'm going to finally do a buffalo chicken mac and cheese.
Nice.
With my chunks. I'm going to make some buffalo sauce and toss them. I can't wait.
You toss your chunks?
Hell yeah, John. You want to come on over?
No, Casey's Pizza sounds good to me,
okay.
Thanks.
Last night I had Taco Bell after the ceremony.
Yeah.
Of course you did.
Don't know about tonight. Also, Georgia and Bingham.
Yeah.
That's 20-4 right now, Georgia.
Holy God. By the way, Caleb Henry just tweeted out a weather forecast for Chapel Hill.
Yeah.
They are in a tornado watch right now.
My.
Rain is forecasted to start again in 34 minutes. And John, I don't know if you know this, the game is scheduled to start in 40 minutes. So got a lot of fun going on.
I mean, there's no lightning in the tornado. Just play through it.
Excellent point, Nick. Excellent point. You won't get electrocuted.
Usually there is lightning involved with tornadic storms.
Yeah, Nick, you idiot.
Let's see. Let's see what the old radar range says right now. Let's see.
Oh, John, do you think your storm chaser guy with the Batmobiles down in Chapel Hill right now?
You know, that's a good question. I don't know.
Will they still call it Chapel Thrill if there's a tornado?
Probably not.
Understandably so.
It depends. I mean, some people do get a thrill. I mean, the tornado chasing.
Yeah, storm
people
chasers.
Georgia just won,
they get
by
a
the
thrill
way.
out of it.
Yeah. Oh, really, Nick? They're up 20-4.
Shocking.
Wow, I'm stunned by this.
Is that a record? Is that a regional record?
No way in hell.
No, I'm sure there's been many others.
Slice of college baseball next week, Nick. Speaking of next week is our last week together in full. Because the following week, John will leave us behind as he gets ready for a baseball tournament of some sort.
World Series.
So next week, we better enjoy our time together. I think lots of football, lots of celebration of college football, and other things.
There's nothing to celebrate with college football. They're a bunch of dunce cats.
You love everything that's happening in college football right now?
Yeah.
No, not everything. Do you love everything that's happening in college baseball, Nick?
Josh loves Greg Sankey.
I didn't say that, Nick. Also, it's going to be June next week.
You know what? Get Greg Sankey on the show.
Nick, that would be an incredible get.
See what I can do.
It's going to be June. How about that? June.
Summer.
Hell, get Tony Petiti on and we can tell him, hey, dude, here's where you're screwing up, pal. Even though we think your idea is dumb, we'll give you some free advice.
Yeah.
Nick, make it happen.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
All right, perfect. And then I think did you get somebody? Or we're in talks together?
We're in talks.
We're in talks. We're cautiously subscribing to a guest.
How much time do we have here?
Less than a minute.
I just saw this. This is a tweet that went out from TMZ a minute ago.
Oh.
Kylie Jenner hints that she and Timothée Chalamet have sex every time the Knicks win.
Awesome.
That would explain why he's always cheering so hard on the sidelines. Have you seen those pictures?
I mean, that's since October, that's like around 60. That's a lot of times.
Congrats on the sex, Timothée Chalamet.
That's so tiring. I just get tired thinking about having sex 60 times in it. 4 months.
Well, the good news is after tomorrow, they won't be having sex for a very long time.
John, no, go Knicks. Let's get them laid,
Yeah,
Knicks.
bing bong.
Let's get them laid. Oh, binging and
smelly
bonging.
town.
All right, Nick. Binging and bonging.
Well, stay tuned. Creighton baseball coverage starts here in about 45 minutes. Connor
Awesome.
Happer from Fayetteville.
Gotta bet Happer's happy he's not in Chapel Hill anymore. He wanted to be in that regional. And now the weather is horrible. Good for Happer.
Yeah, not so good. By the way, Wright State's now up 3-0 on Vandy. What's happened to the Whistler? People might want to check on him.
Nice.
Someone might want to check on him. Well, have a great weekend, everyone. Hope your teams do well. Talk to you on Monday.
Bye, John.
Bye, John.